The next meetup is about to start again next year.
Hi, my name is Nuria, and I'm one of the organizers of the Munich Accessibility Meetup. So this meetup was created a year and a half ago, more or less, during the Global Awareness Accessibility Day. And the thing is, like, we were looking around Munich if there was something going on, and we realized there was no event for that day, so we just decided to do one. And from here, we created the group, and since then, we've done 5 events, and there are more to come as well. So there's a mix of people, developers, designers, content writers, like a lot of people interested on the topic. And the idea is to grow the community. So right now we are like around 200 people more or less, but we hope to grow. Is there anyone from Munich here? Yeah, okay, oh, I know you, okay.
But also for tomorrow, we're going to have like a couple of workshops tomorrow, so these are the combined numbers. But still, I think this is awesome, right? 14 countries. And this is just, I'm going to make it short because we're probably running out of time again. This is kind of, we've got a couple of different tickets, just to let you know. Only half of the tickets are regular tickets. There is at least 22 scholarship sponsored tickets, which is totally awesome. And we should have like 11 14, sorry, I updated the number tonight. We've got 14 scholarship persons here, which is totally awesome, I think. So thanks a lot, especially to the scholarship supporters for inviting others and make it able to come here. This event is going to be a barcamp with a little twist. I hope you all know what a barcamp is. At least we send out a newsletter and try to explain so that I don't have to spend so many words on that today. The twist is that we are going to have 5 presentations. They will all happen in this room, starting at 10 o'clock with Franziska, which is going to be awesome. But we will also have 10 spontaneous sessions in parallel. We're going to start with the session planning right after the introduction. But before I do this, I want to make you aware of the workshops that are going to happen tomorrow. Some of the people are sitting in the audience, which is totally awesome. I've got one important announcement. Radimir, he's the one who can't be here today, and he obviously can't give his workshop tomorrow as well. Hopefully, most of the attendees of Radimir's workshop tomorrow are in the audience as well. And of course, you don't have to go home or something. I would ask you to come to me and to just pick another workshop to attend. And we're probably gonna put Eric's workshop at the location. Eric is, could you please stand up for a second so that people know you? Eric's workshop, hi. Eric's workshop is kind of similar, but maybe not that newcomer friendly as Radimir's, but kind of similar, I would guess. So we probably put Eric's workshop at the location where Radimir would have given his workshop, so that no one is in front of an empty room or something. So please come to me, but you can also pick any of the other workshops, please. I'm sorry for this, but obviously Radimir has a really good excuse for not being here and not being at the workshop, and I wish him all the best. These are the workshop hosts for tomorrow. Most of them will be here today, so please get in touch with them, and we're really looking forward to that. This would all not be possible, you know that this is a non-profit event, so this would all not be possible without sponsors. And I would like to talk about them for a moment. First of all, there's Microsoft who are providing this venue and everything, and this is really super awesome. I think it's a super awesome location, so thanks a lot Microsoft for that. ThoughtWorks, Henkel Hiedl and Immobilien Scout are the workshop hosts for tomorrow, so if you're attending a workshop, you will be one of their events. Immobilien Scout is hosting, it's now 6 workshops, and there's Carl Groves giving his workshop at ThoughtWorks, and now probably Eric giving his workshop at Henkel Hiedl. You will find all of the locations on the website as well, so thank you to the location sponsors. There are 2 more sponsors I'm really, really thankful for. They both supported us last year already, and they almost doubled their contribution this time, and they are the ones who make it possible that we are going to have video recordings, live streaming, and I'm going to go to this right after that, live captions as well. That's Dinesh Radha especially, and Mozilla. They both are making this possible, so thanks a lot to those two great sponsors. This is really awesome. And I mentioned the live captioning. Who of you has attended Beyond Tellerrand conference the last 2 days? Okay, so this might look familiar to you because this is not only the same type of live captions, but it's also the same guy doing this. So this is Andrew. Hi, Andrew. Good morning. And this is, just to make it clear, this is not a machine. Well, it's kind of a machine, but it's a human machine, and he's really awesome, and he's doing that for 3 days in a row now, 8 hours a day, which is totally awesome, and I'm super glad that Andrew is going to make this even more accessible to a couple of folks, so this is totally great. And you, yeah, okay, talk to you later. Then, in the back, there is Hannes and Thomas, and they're not only recording and live streaming this event, they're also going to make a short after movie. So if they are running around and having a camera with you and ask you for a short interview or something, please talk to them, because this is going to be a nice little 2-3 minutes clip, which is always awesome, actually. So thank you, Hannes and Thomas, for your support again. There are a couple of other supporters and sponsors. I just want to mention them. There is Mindscreen. Annette and Stefan are sitting in the audience. They helped us greatly, both with sponsoring and organizational help. There is Sozialhelden. I don't know if you know them. Holger and Raul will give a workshop tomorrow. Holger actually wanted to come here, but they had a 15 years anniversary this week, and he's kind of exhausted. So they will give their workshop. But they also supported us, especially with the Immobilien Scout location, because they're in the same building, so they organized all that, basically. Then, of course, Beyond Tellerrand and Mark, who supported me and us with promoting this all. Balsamic as a sponsor, which is totally great. And I dare to put my own logo there also, because my team allowed me to spend hundreds of hours in organizing this, so thanks again for all them. Then I would like to have Nuria and Rul on stage for a short second, or at least stand up. Rul? We have a code of conduct. Obviously, you're all aware of that. Oh, actually, one of you could do this because you're the team.
Oh, but I didn't prepare anything.
Okay, I'm going to do that. We've got a code of conduct, obviously. This is the short version of it, and you all should have a long version on the backside of your badge. Basically, it says that we are nice to each other, that everyone should feel welcome at this event, and we're really serious about that. And we've got a team. This is the team, Nuri and Rul. They will both be your contact in case of anything that happens. If you don't feel comfortable with anything, please get in touch with, first of all, those two nice people, but also you can, of course, get everyone with a organizer or staff badge and talk to us, please. We're serious about that. If you don't feel welcome, please read this and please get in touch with us if you need to. I hope you don't. Oh, sorry, this was the picture for the two. But they are also here as well. Speaking of the badges, you might have noticed the badges have a couple of meanings. First of all, you had to enter your name there and your pronouns. I hope you all did that. They also have these color communication badges, which basically mean you can indicate whether you want to be approached by strangers or by anyone at all. If you don't feel like being approached by someone, then just read through that. There's a short introduction on the badge itself. Please read through it and maybe switch the color of your badge. You can just easily use another one, just to indicate if you want to be approached by others or who you would like to be approached by. Also, the badges, the lanyards themselves have a meaning as well. The orange lanyard means that these people voted to not being pictured. So this is not only for us and for the video recording and for the photographers, it's also for you. Please respect the others' wish to not be on photos if they wear an orange lanyard. This would be really nice. Couple of more things. Nuria has organized empathy stations. This is what it's called. There are some simulations in the foyer. You can always go there and try out a couple of different simulations, and it's really interesting stuff. If you want to know something about that, please get in touch with Nuria. I think she will be around most of the day there, but also something you can just try out, just to get a feeling for what people who rely on assistive technology really, their conditions and everything. Just try it out. It's really interesting. If you want to share something about this event, this is the official Twitter account, the official hashtag. Please use this if you can. Oh yes, of course I can. Thank you. It's both the same word actually, and it's Alley Club with LL written as 11, so it's A11YCLUB, and that's both the Twitter handle as well as the hashtag for the event. Please share as much as you can, obviously. We're going to start with session planning. As I told you, this is actually a kind of a barcamp event. So barcamp means that we don't have a full schedule for the whole day. Well, we have these 5 presentations that are going to take place in this room, but we also have 2 more rooms. There's the meeting room just around the corner here, and there's the foyer. Both of the rooms can be used for sessions. Session means that we now start planning what we're going to do in these time slots. We're going to have time slots, and there is a session grid. I'm just going to switch over to the session grid. This one is also written it's also displayed on the screen in the foyer, so you can see this, and it's also online. You can always use this URL up there and put it in your mobile phone or something. The URL is sessions.alley, and alley is again with A11Y.club, sessions.alley.club. You can have it on your smartphone. As well as the captions, by the way. I didn't read it out further, but the captions are all also just online, and you can use it on your smartphone. The URL is captions.ally.club. So if you can always read this on your smartphone as well. So this is a session grid, and as you see, we have a couple of empty cells. So these are sessions we can plan now. And this is it's normally like this. Someone of you who feels like he has got a topic, he wants to tell something, or he has got a question and wants to discuss about something, they can just suggest a session for one of these slots. Or basically, we are distributing the slots. So, if you actually, we sent out a newsletter yesterday or the day before, and we already asked you to think about if there's something you would like to talk or discuss about. I would ask those people who have ideas for sessions to come to the stage now, especially newbies. I would like to start with a short moment where we give especially newcomers the chance to propose a session instead of all the old barcamp attendees who already know how this works. They mostly have like 3 or 4 ideas. No, we would like to start with the newbies. So, is there someone who never suggested a barcamp session, or maybe never even attended a barcamp before, and has an idea, wants to talk about something, is interested in experts' meaning? I would like to ask to come newbies to the front and suggest their session. Suggesting means just name a topic, give it a topic. Sebastian is somewhere here. Is here, and he will live update this session grid, so everyone will be able to read this. So please come to the stage and suggest a session if you want to. That's great. Where's my? It's here. Oh, no, sorry. Okay. Yep, come up to here. Check the microphone. Just suggest your session and write it on the paper.
Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Howard. So I've been doing a bit of research at the University of Edinburgh. I've been doing some research at the University of Edinburgh about a more accessible way of presenting text on screen that I developed for the visually impaired. be great to get some feedback on it. It may also be helpful for dyslexics, potentially. You can tell me what you think. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. It's quite an interesting method. When I've shown people in the past, they think it's kind of a neat idea. So yeah, come along, hear what it is, give me some feedback, give me any ideas, advice, opinions. Yeah, I'm open to learning.
Who would be interested in that? Okay.
I'm calling it Smart.
10, 15 people. So give it a name and write your name there as well, please. And just put it to the wall here. Next one.
Hi, I'm Jan. I'm a content manager for Lufthansa.com. We are working for Lufthansa, and we are relatively new to the accessibility topic. And what I would be interested would be how can I organize everything that has to do with accessibility, developers, concept, copywriters, content. It's sometimes hard to do this, and I would be interested to know if anyone has any magic trick to make this happen flawlessly.
Okay. Sounds like interesting. Who's interested in joining him? Okay. Also 10, 15 people. That's great. Okay. The pen is over there. Give it a name. Put it to the wall.
Hi, my name is Juraj. I'm working in Microsoft for Microsoft Teams in Prague. We have prepared a small presentation about how we do our accessibility UIs, how we change our processes to make it better, and which tools we are using. So we would like to show that and probably get some feedback on and discuss similar struggles, as well as seek for product feedback. So if anybody would be interested, then please join.
Okay, who's interested? Oh, wow, quite a lot. It's a session for the meeting room. Give it a short name. That's nice, thank you. Wow, we've got so many sessions, proposals. Hi.
Hi everybody, I'm Marcus from Switzerland, and I'm an expert in PDF accessibility. And I suggest a session. It is called What PDF Haters Should Know About PDF Accessibility.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good, right? Who's interested in that? PDF, quite a lot. Okay, it's a big one. Again, give it a name, please. Write it on a piece of paper and give it to Sebastian so that he can update the grid. Jakob.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and there's a topic I'm super interested about to get your opinion, because I'm by no means an expert regarding accessibility, like literally by no means. And I'm talking a lot with clients, stakeholders for web applications and apps about prioritization of things, and accessibility is never on their list, on their radar, and they have arguments like, well, we don't care, because there's money here and this topic we don't care about. And I'm interested in arguments which can be used to reprioritize accessibility higher, especially in corporate environments. And I'm sure some of you have experiences arguing, or probably succeeding with arguing about accessibility. And I would be super interested in quantifiable arguments which I could use to convince a client or a company to prioritize accessibility more. And that's what I would like to talk about.
Okay, this kind of
get input.
Kind of sounds quite related to Sarah's presentation later on, so we shouldn't put it in that slot. But who would be interested in Jakob's topic? Okay, also quite a lot, which is awesome, but we kind of run out of big rooms. Great. Okay, give it a name, Jakob, please.
Yeah.
And
Okay. I'm Maya. I'm an interaction design student at Code University here in Berlin. I have more a discussion maybe that we can do on how we can engage more people or make people more interested in the accessibility area, education, workspace. Yeah.
especially in design-related things or in general?
In general, design, even software engineers, PMs. This is the main thing that actually in the university we also...
It's an advocating topic, actually, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Discussion.
Yeah. Okay, who's interested in discussing about that? Okay, this little bit smaller one, so it's perfect for the foyer. Thank you. Oh, how many do we have already? I think we almost have our 10 sessions, right?
Yeah, hi, I'm Maya, a UI UX designer, and yeah, I would like to focus more probably on accessibility for mobile devices, because I was already designing some websites with accessibility in mind, and so far I have found a lot of resources about desktop devices. And probably I would like to hear more concrete advices about mobile. If you have more knowledge than me, it would be awesome. And not only in terms of, for example, fonts, colors, contrast, and etc., but also, and again, voice control. But I would like to hear really more concrete advices if you have some, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Sounds interesting, right? Who would join Maya for that? Okay, it's a big one as well. Whoa. I know this face.
Hello.
Hi, Chris.
I feel bad for taking away a slot, but I actually just want to say I'm now the principal program manager for developer tools in Microsoft Edge, and in January we're going to release the new browser to everybody on Windows, which scares the shit out of me. And for the first time, the developer tools will be keyboard and screen reader accessible. So I want... We've done all the legal needs, we made them possible. I just want to make sure that the experts here will have a go at them and play with them and actually give us feedback if they really are also useful, not only legally accessible, which sadly enough a lot of things are. And I also have a few tools, experimental tools that we want to put into developer tools. So I want to have a Q&A session with you, just saying like, what would you want to see in them and what can we do with them? The upshot of that as well is it's part of the Chromium project. So this is actually going to, if other browser makers want to, any browser that's based on Chromium, not only on the Edge browser. So this is basically going to be a thing that makes the whole web better, and I hope we can pull it off nicely. So I just want to be here. I can't be here all day. I can be here in half the day, or I come back in the afternoon because my girlfriend is not doing well, so I got to go home as well. But please talk to me, and I want to show you some of the new things that we have brewing and get a yes or no from you. And please keep in contact. I'm available all over the internet, and I want to make this thing really accessible. Thank you very much.
Chris, did I understand correctly that you don't want to have a real session for that?
What?
You want to have a session, or yeah, right.
I can have a session. I don't want to take a slot away because this is a bar camp. I feel bad of doing this, but I can be standing out in the foyer as well and get some things. But also in the next 2 days, plus, please just play with these things and see if you find some things and contact me.
Okay, then let me ask, who would like to give Chris feedback on all this? Okay, this is quite a lot, and I think it's worth a session. So let's make it a session.
All right.
All right? Okay. How many sessions do we have now?
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Dario and I'm from the other side because I'm visually impaired and hearing impaired. So I guess it could be interesting for some of you to see the other side. I'm the founder of an NGO for visually impaired and hearing impaired people. So I would like to know how we can contribute to the web accessibility and to accessibility in general. Didn't really think about a session, but I just wanted to give a shout to let you know that you have a user tester here that you can try out. And so, yeah, it could be interesting to talk to some of you. So if you find it interesting, I could, of course, offer my experience and expertise on the field. So if you are running out of session, I'm fine to not have one, but eventually I could, share my knowledge or just my bad vision and hearing.
First of all, it's super nice that you're here. First of all, it's super nice that you're on stage, and now people know your face at least. So, who would be interested in talking to Dario about all this stuff? Okay, so many people, we must make a session out of it. So how many sessions do we have now? It's like 8. Okay, 9. And there's Vasilis. Looks like you want to make a session as well. This would be the 10th one. So happy to have you as a session. That's super.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Or hand it over to
I'm not a noob, is it?
another noob. Noob?
Are the experienced people allowed on stage?
Absolutely. Are you experienced?
Well, a little bit, maybe.
Okay.
So I have this question that I've been doing some research into accessibility, and I was surprised that if we call something technically accessible, that doesn't mean that it's usable for people with disabilities. And I thought that was actually quite surprising, that we think it's okay to make something that's not usable. And I cannot understand it. So I was wondering if we can somehow come up with something different, something, I don't know what I should call this, but maybe set the bar a bit higher now that we know how to make things technically accessible. Maybe we can start thinking about how we can make things usable for everybody. So I was trying to do a session about that.
That's great. By the way, Vasily is giving a workshop tomorrow, so if this is an interesting topic, you can still join his workshop.
You should.
Good way to check him out, right? Okay, then I think you're all interested in that one, right? Okay, so quite good. This has been the 10th session, so wow, it's great. We're filled up. It probably needs like 1 or 2 more minutes for Sebastian to fill this session grid. In the meantime, thank you, Vasilis. Please give it a name and hang it to, or tell it, yeah. Okay, whew. We're like a couple of minutes over schedule, but I would say let's make 3 or 5 minutes break. Let Franziska set up her laptop, meet again here or in any of the other rooms. I think the sessions that you need to know are in the meeting room. There will be PDF haters and PDF, what was it, lovers? Is there, yeah, okay, we should check, but not do a lot of things. Is there someone who really wants to attend like 2 or 3 sessions at the same time? Okay, which ones? Is there anyone else? We can probably cater. Okay, we're gonna ask you. Which are the sessions? The 2 first of them. Okay. 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 I hope you understand that I'm asking the lady. Which one would you like to put where? Kinda. Okay, because you want to attend that one? Okay. Is it okay to put the PDF one a little bit down? Where to put it? Quite far down. Discussion. I think, Sebastian, I think Jakob's session and Zara's talk are kind of covering the same topic. So it's different? Okay. Whew, that's really tough, right? Microsoft Teams, how do we? What about switching the first 2? That's the best thing to do. I was looking to go to Sergei. Just do whatever. I think it's always a problem, right? Okay, let's switch the first 2 of them in the meeting room, Sebastian. I think this should be it, okay? So meet you again, Rodney? No. Rodney, no. Okay. See you back in 3 minutes here, or in any of the other rooms. Yes, Marion? Okay, then maybe switch one of these, right?
Maybe we switch the Microsoft team with getting everybody on board one, then the Microsoft people can stay in the foyer and we do one after another.
The first two, but then they are at the same place again, right? Microsoft.
Room 1 with foyer 2. Or vestibule.
Okay. Okay, would that work? Switch the first meeting room with the second foyer session? Would that work for everyone? Okay, then let's do this. Perfect. Meet you in 2 minutes. Again, thank you.
Chuck.
Great.
So yeah, I think this one is set up.
So as soon as the kickoff is done, we get started. Everyone turn on.
We're gonna take a quick break. So you want to check it out once, the one slide, just to make it everything works. So that's
It
works.
needs to press downwards.
Perfect.
Okay, great. So does Yoshi do the kickoff, the official one, or you're just get started?
Sorry?
Does Yoshi do the official kickoff, or you're just get started?
No, I think let's say when he's gonna say. I think people are kind of taking a break, so we're gonna say that it's gonna start. No.
I guess let me check with the... So it's ready.
Yeah. Herding cats.
Huh?
Herding cats. Tell us what's the question. Tell us what's the question.
Ja, das war. Ich habe herausgestellt, dass wir hätten eigentlich eine halbe Stunde früher anfangen müssen, wir hätten nicht früher reingekommen, wie es so ist. Aber okay. Franziska is going to start her talk, so if you're interested, please join this room, come in. It's about accessibility in communities, so this is really important stuff. You shouldn't miss this. Hello, Walter. Good morning, Carl.
And I can actually second that. You don't want to miss this, so please join whoever's on
You
the
don't want to
outside.
miss this, so please come in.
Everybody's just immersed in their talks. Okay.
So, welcome to the first talk. Welcome, Franziska. I've got written something here to introduce you to Franziska. Some of you might know her already because actually she's working in the community field for quite a while. She has been working for Google until recently. She's got a degree in, I forgot my glasses, my
World
assistive
Heritage
technology.
Resource Management, which is totally unrelated to what
It's
I've been
totally
doing
unrelated,
before.
but I think it's always interesting to have people with a different background, with a non-technical background, which is quite interesting. She worked as a project manager and in community stuff a lot. And today is going to be a really interesting story because it's going to be very personal, right?
Exactly.
And it's about your personal life and your your experience with communities. Really interesting because it's kind of in the spirit of this event. Communities and accessibility, and I'm really interested in what you're going to tell us. So, welcome, Franziska.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining. I know that everybody is currently taking a bit of coffee and food, so I really appreciate you making the time to come here. So how to ally, that's the topic of my talk, accessibility in community meetups. A bit about me, Yoshi introduced me, I'm a community specialist and program manager. In case you're wondering what program management is, it's project management for projects that run concurrently. It's a bit of a weird definition, it's sort of the standard definition that Microsoft, Google, all the big companies use for people that coordinate a lot, which I do. And you can find me on Twitter under this handle. So also, as Yoshi said, tweet. We need to make sure that this event is streamlined out there and people actually know what we are all talking about and they can get some insights. So why am I up here? Why am I talking to you about this important topic? People don't really notice that, but I have chronic illnesses myself. And for a long time in my life, I was born in 1987, I didn't have any problems whatsoever, or so I thought. But in 2004, what happened was that my jaw joint started cracking and I had problems biting food. And we didn't know what it was. We went to an odyssey of doctors and nobody could really tell us why at 17, 18 years of age, I already have problems with my joints. That sounded weird and crazy. After a lot of experimentation, we found out that I have a wonderful thing called factor V resistance. And it's a genetic illness, and it causes, among other things, arthrosis. So my joints are affected by it. What is factor V resistance? It's a genetic disorder, so it cannot be cured. It's in my genes. It basically makes an enzyme which controls the 5th blood clotting factor in my blood, be a bit crazy, on the crazy side. So if you think about blood clotting, you need 13 factors for a wound to close. And the 5th factor in my body is basically out of order. And that brings a whole host of challenges. And it affects everything you can imagine. And especially with women, it's really, really harsh. Because, among other things, it leads to low blood pressure. So I have cold hands and cold feet all the time. Bad circulation, blood clots. I did get blood clots. I haven't had a proper thrombosis so far, but who knows. It can lead to heart attacks and strokes. Imagine going to a doctor at 18 years of age and the doctor tells you straight away, you might die any minute of a stroke or a heart attack. That makes you think about death a lot in early age. Necrosis, when you're, things just dying off. Could happen if I'm in a snowstorm. I have a high propensity for miscarriage as well, so I won't have any children. Also, another reason why I won't have any children is because when you're pregnant, the fetus can have misformations. The child can also inherit the disorder. And you also need to give yourself blood thinners during pregnancy, which is kind of weird because you cannot take the oral ones, you have to give yourself shots. When you have a big belly, that means you have to give it in your thigh, and that is really, really painful, let me tell you. I also have painful periods. I can get up to 12 hours of severe cramps. So imagine going to work every month and be like, I cannot go to the meeting. I have a 5 to 10 times higher feeling of pain. That sounds weird, but all of my life I was more sensitive. And then all of a sudden there is like this click where the doctor says, well, it's natural because you have factor V resistance. You do feel pain more intensely. And I was like, oh, like a light bulb appeared above my head. Ibuprofen doesn't work with me. They don't know why. I have cold limbs, as I said, and also sometimes lethargy and low energy levels. People don't really notice this about me because I'm a very energetic person. And I think it is due to the fact that I'm chronically ill, that I'm very energetic, because I get a lot of strength out of this as well. And fun fact, factor V resistance is not well researched. A lot of the times they can say, okay, it could be the reason, but we are not sure. And it affects about 5% of Caucasian people. When I went to the doctor, and I was about 18, 19, they told me, if you ever have kids with a black or an Asian person, because they don't have factor V resistance. So I'm like, am I supposed to plan my partner, couplings by this? But yeah, some of the jokes that doctors have in their arsenal. And the symptoms primarily affect thin women, checkbox there, and there is a 0 to 99% symptom spectrum. So, bingo, got the jackpot right there as well, 99%. And over the years, going to the dentist is not fun with your jaw joints. You cannot eat a lot of the stuff. I was battling so many things. Fun fact also, because some of my joints really cracked through, I was able to move a bit more again. So, there's that. Once it's out the window, it's out the window. And then, as if that wasn't enough, in 2017, my life basically took a turn for the worse. I started having massive problems with digestion mainly. I had short breath, still do sometimes. Lost 10 kilos, actually it's 15, closer to 15 now. And was battling so many things, and we still don't know what it is. I've been to a couple of doctors, they cannot tell me what it is. They basically told me you need to find out for yourself. So at this point, I'm very, very confused and disoriented at times, and also have low motivation on a lot of days. So yeah, if you have one thing and then another thing comes on top of that, and that's not fun at all. So that is one of the reasons why I was motivated to talk to you about this topic. It's because of the things that I have, and they are not visible. People that look at me think, oh, she's healthy, you have young legs, and so forth. I do some weird stuff sometimes. When I have bad circulation, I throw myself on the floor. It actually helps to get circulation back up. So a lot of people look at me and like, why is she doing that? So I explain myself a lot. And especially when you look towards meetups, I was thinking, what can people actually do to make people like me feel more welcome, feel more included? So when we look at disabilities, chronic illnesses, there are various categories that we need to consider. One, of course, is the visible handicap. Someone is sitting in a wheelchair, they are blind, maybe they have sunglasses on. Then there are non-visible handicaps, when you have motoric disabilities. How often do I see people talking badly about other people that might need to take a seat? Maybe you don't see it, but they had a knee surgery or something like that. Don't assume. Chronic illnesses is a huge factor. I know a lot of people with diabetes, people that have other genetic disorders like me. I've recently met a lady who also has factor V resistance. It was like instant sistership, we connected. You don't find those people very often because it's not diagnosed very often. And then obviously there's also neurodiversity. I wanted to include it here because it obviously is not a handicap, but when you think about people that are more, for example, on the autism spectrum, then they have some kind of different mannerisms sometimes as well. And we need to take that into consideration. And then when I look towards accessibility and what can be done, the one thing that I always notice is barrier-free. Make stuff barrier-free. And that's fine and dandy. And there are a lot of things that you can do. And for those of you that are here, you probably know already about all of this, You have occupied yourself with the topic. Nonetheless, I will go through it a little bit to just make sure that we have covered the bases. So barrier-free obviously means that you have a room, you have a location that is it has access. It doesn't have ramps, free of steps, elevators. And again, think about it. Just because someone is not in a wheelchair doesn't mean that they don't need to use the elevators. I have good days, I have bad days. When it's raining outside, I need to take the elevator because my hip is hurting like mad. On other days when it's sunny and I did my sports and I'm energetic, I can use the stairs and I'm like, I jump up and that's wonderful. Subtitles, as we see here. So this is actually an event that already shows what can be done, and that's amazing. Tools for reading and understanding, obviously. Sign language interpreter. I recently talked to a very good acquaintance of mine. She's organizing the Deaf IT conference in Munich next year, and they have 4 different sign languages at the event. 4. So what they needed to do for one talk is specifically get an American Sign Language interpreter, which is okay to do for Munich, but not the easiest thing. But she makes sure that everyone at the event actually has access to it because mostly deaf or hard of hearing developers attended. So that's like going the extra mile. And then what a lot of people don't really consider, what I haven't seen so much or not put into focus so much, is having events at different times. The standard community meetup happens throughout the week, Wednesday, Thursday, in the evening. When I've had a tiring day at work, I'm exhausted. Going to an event on a Saturday might help. I know it's not very popular because a lot of people want to enjoy their weekend, but it might help. Also thinking about options like breakfast. I personally am also not a big fan of going to breakfast because then I don't have energy for work. But at the same time, it might be interesting to switch around a little bit, to play with the options, to make sure that, Some people also think about maybe people that have kids that need to take care of them, so that includes them as well. So you can have late afternoon. Late afternoon is also an option. I've seen some meetups do 4 or 5 p.m. options. That's cool. I can leave work a bit earlier. I have an excuse to leave. That's good, because then I can tell my boss, I need to learn stuff. And then basically I can go there and I still have some free time in the evening to regenerate because I need that. And then this is what this event also does. Speakers who are living with a disability and are open about it. I know a lot of people, you wouldn't think that a lot of people actually don't talk about what they have, but I know a lot. And they fear repercussions because they need to find a job or something like that. But if someone is open about it and it's visible or non-visible, put them on the stage, because that shows people in the audience that they can be brave, they can be open about it, and they don't need to fear repercussions. I was asked, and I'm on the job hunt currently, so that's actually a very, very current topic. Franziska, aren't you afraid that somebody knows this about you and they won't hire you? I would be afraid to not be hired by someone because of my chronic illnesses. I'm a high performer and I can do things, and I've proven my worth, my weight in gold basically. So if somebody just disregards me just because of a chronic illness that I have, that's not an employer I probably will want to work for. So we are in a market now where we can switch the tables a little bit. And now my computer has given up. I'm very sorry about this. Should be back in a second. So coming from this perspective of non-visible disabilities, how can you support people with that? In my opinion, the most important thing is spaces for the body and for the mind. And what does that mean? A lot of events nowadays have a quiet room. It's called prayer room sometimes, which I find good, but I still would want it labeled to be a quiet room, because maybe I'm not religious, or maybe, I just don't have this religious association. And this will help in so many ways, because people that maybe are hypersensitive can retreat there. People that need to change a dressing, people that need to give themselves shots. There are so many varieties. Everyone in this community of people with disabilities and chronic illnesses, there's a huge spectrum. So if we have a room to withdraw to, that's amazing. I know that at community meetups it's not always easy to do that, but for events and bigger conferences, you can think about actually establishing such a room. Even just a quiet corner helps for people to reorient. And then also the topic of caretakers. Caretakers are mostly visible when you look towards people that are in a wheelchair, need some sort of mechanical support. On the other hand, there are people where you don't see what they have and they still need a caretaker. Think about the dressing change. Maybe they need some assistance with that as well. So not judging anyone who has that is already a big plus. And recently I talked to someone and they mentioned support animals. And I was like, yes, of course, support animals, right. Maybe they have a dog. For a lot of people I know with anxiety as well, that can be a huge factor in going to a meetup or not going to a meetup. And then in my case, and that's also a very, very funny story every single time, a lot of people are used to greeting with kisses on the cheeks, right? They come in and they want to hug you and be like, I have arthrosis in my jaw joints. This is a holy zone. Nobody goes there, maybe with the exception of my mom, my doctor, and maybe my partner. That's it. So if people come up to me like that, they can actually crack my joints. I've had that several times when people hug me very closely and like with force, or when they kiss me on the cheek. I have that, my joints are that sensitive. So if you ask someone how they want to be greeted, you already cover so many bases, also with people that maybe not want to be touching people from the other gender because of their religion. So that's an additional plus. Ask how they want to be greeted. I do light hugs, I do the elbow bump, if you know what that is, and I do handshakes. But I don't do hard handshakes. Actually, a couple of weeks ago, someone dislocated my joint because of a hard handshake. So, and a colleague also managed to dislocate one of my joints by just poking at me. So it depends if I have a good or a bad day, but if you ask me and if you come to me from the front, I know what you're up to, and then I can talk to you and communicate this. And then also something that I haven't really seen a lot is the option of plushy chairs. with a lot of us that have disabilities sort of when it comes to spine or hip, if you stand for a very, very long time, it's very monotonic. If you sit down for a long time, it's very monotonic. And especially hard chairs make it really, really difficult. Some plushy option is enough, and then we can sit down and relax, and we can also network on different eye levels. That's also a very, very good thing to do. And then when you look towards people that have migraines or epilepsy, lights are a huge factor. I haven't seen a community meetup where they have flickering lights like in a club, but I've seen meetups where the lights are really, really harsh. And of course it depends on the location sponsor many times and you cannot adapt too much, but there are some light options around. And if you ask people if the light is okay, then they can tell you, okay, this is fine for me, and they can give you feedback on that. I recently actually had a headache because it was a long and tiring day and the light was really harsh and I had to go home at this point. And then also think about people with diabetes. They need to eat intermittently. It helps to have regular breaks to make sure that people maybe have the quiet room where they can eat and make sure that their carbohydrate balance is in order. And then when we look at food options, I see a lot of efforts being made for people with allergies, and then you have labels where it's like gluten-free and lactose-free and so forth, and those are the standard categories. In my case, I currently can eat about 10 items of food, and that makes it really, really difficult for me to eat anything out. I know Yoshi and I had a huge discussion on what was going to be served today, or whether I was going to bring something. So in my experience, labels are fine and dandy, and they work well. But think about options for people that have it really, really hard in life when it comes to food. In that sense, the more you mix something up, the more difficult it gets. The more options you have where people can put stuff together themselves, easier. So if you can go for that, make sure you do. And then what I've also seen, especially in the workplace, when you do activities, and that can be at a meetup as well, there is often sort of this element of let's stand up and let's be physical and let's do that. That's fine. I like that when I'm fit. When I'm not, it's like, oh, now I need to explain that I can't do this again. So if you think about activities, think about maybe there are other options that you can offer, alternative options, or maybe you can do something that everyone can be involved in. But the most important thing, and that's basically the focus of this talk, is actually language. The mechanics is the easy part. The language is what requires us to think about our behavior, what we say, and to change our mindsets. So to give you some examples, here are some original quotes I'm getting on a daily basis. To me, you are normal. I don't see your disability. Comes from a really good place, but it actually negates my whole struggle. When somebody says this to me, I don't feel seen. It's like they take the right to categorize me. Doesn't really make this person appear nice to me. Everybody needs to recover and regenerate. We all need our time. Yes, and I need the additional half an hour to regenerate from regenerating. Actually, I have times where I'm on the couch, blacked out completely, and just watching silly YouTube videos from Keeping Up with the Kardashians to keep it on a very, very low intellectual level, just to be able to reassemble. So this assumption of somebody just, oh yeah, we all have our problems in life. I know, and I acknowledge that. But for me, I sometimes have to go the extra mile. Others surely have it worse. I know. And I'm thankful. I get up every day and I tell myself I can still walk, even though I have a bad hip. I can still dance when I'm fit. I can still do this. I'm so grateful in every single thing that I do. And to rub it sort of in my face, not really the cool thing to do. Are you sure that it's not psychosomatic? Yes, I am. I have been living with this for a long time, and I can now really, really easily distinguish between when it's psychosomatic and when it's actually something that comes from my body and not from my brain. So I have experience. You just need to eat more. Everything will be fine then. Been there, done that, hasn't worked. Thank you very much. Actually, I did try to gain weight again by eating sugar. Messes me up completely, so I have double the negative effect. Thank you. But you were able to walk the stairs yesterday. Yes, I was. Yesterday it wasn't raining, and my joints didn't hurt. Thank you. So today I'm taking the elevator. Why are you always unable to commit when we want to do something? I keep it very vague. Even when going to meetups, we all have this like huge problems of no-shows. And then I'm actually the person I try to, sign off if I cannot come, because I know how difficult it is. But sometimes it's just beyond my ability. I can say, okay, I want to come on Saturday, but I might not be able to. So this extra understanding really helps. So at the end of the day, are these comments ableist? And a lot of people in the audience probably have already looked at the concept of ableism, but just to quickly sum it up, ableism is discrimination and social prejudice against people with disabilities or who are perceived to have disabilities. When it comes to language, it's not always super clear if something is ableist or not. If somebody goes up to you and calls you rude things, then that's easy. But I find that a lot of people, because they haven't really been exposed to people with disabilities or chronic illnesses and their experience, actually say things like I just quoted and don't really think about what they do to the other person in this. So reflecting on that always helps. So what can you take away from this? When you meet people with disabilities, chronic illnesses, don't assume that everyone can eat, do, or practice everything. It's always good to question ourselves at every single twist and turn, and not to just go from the standard version. When we look at language, especially in German, the male seems to always be the generic option. I find that the healthy person is always the generic option as well. At the same time, don't reduce people to their disability and their disability only. Oh yeah, that's Franziska, she's the one with this, Franziska the blah 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 person. I know, but I've got other stuff too. I'm more than just my disability. And that's a very thin line to walk, because at the same time, don't negate people and their experiences. You don't know what I'm going through. I don't know what another person with a chronic illness or disability goes through, but I can talk to them. I can learn about their experience and try to be a better understanding person in this. Somebody explains what they live with, don't overrule them or generalize. I find it very often that people, and probably some of you have experienced that too, sort of, but have you tried this and that? Yes, I have. I'm, especially when it comes to Factor V resistance, one of the people who knows a lot about this, oftentimes more than your standard doctor. So if you come to me with, oh yeah, have you? Yeah, I have. And have you? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. So it's always good to think about people with chronic illnesses or disabilities, not as someone suffering in the corner, but we are actually really, really proactive people trying to find out more, get more info, educate ourselves, exchange with other people. And that actually is a component that we bring, for example, to the workplace. And what I always appreciate is when people remember. So my most recent boss remembered that it was easy for me to walk down the stairs, but not up the stairs. And when he mentioned that, that was really nice for me, because then I knew, oh yeah, he remembered. So he is in tune with what I need. And then asking is okay with some people and not with others. I find that I'm a very extroverted person. I'm very loud. So if you ask me, I will probably tell you everything, and then 5 hours later we're still talking. And then other people are not. They might not want to talk about it. They might feel uncomfortable. They don't want to delve too much into detail. That's also fine. Sometimes not mentioning a thing is the best thing to do. Last week I talked to a person, he told me about a story where he met another lady at a diabetes support group. And they sat there frustrated and were like, oh, not another round of, whining. Let's just do something else. They now have a walking group with only diabetic people, and they don't talk about diabetes at the walking meetups. So that's also a factor. So middle ground is always the best choice in everything, in life, and especially with people with chronic illnesses and disabilities. And then, I mentioned this a couple of times already, if you have nothing to say, we all are in a situation where we're like, I want to help. Just listening is really, really powerful. That can change a whole lot. If somebody is just on the other side and is like, I feel you. Sometimes that's enough, and that can be very empowering. Also, when you look towards enabling people with disabilities, not just reacting, but actually doing the proactive step, is we do want to be high performers. I'm up on the stage right now, not because, I want to spread my message. That's a huge factor. But I'm on the stage right now because I want to be on a stage. So enable people to do that, and we will show you how brilliant we can be. And when you create conditions for them to thrive in, some of the examples that are listed, they will surprise you in so many different ways. And what I also found interesting when we look towards the workplace especially is user manuals can work in community groups as well. Everybody writes a user manual about themselves, what their characteristics are, what they need to thrive. And then when you read through that, you're like, oh, I never knew this about this person. I had some aha moments when I read through some user manuals. And when we look towards how can you actually attract people with disabilities and chronic illnesses to community meetups, is the first thing on the agenda is always reading and educating yourself. If you know what kind of sensibilities there are, if you know what kind of language to use or to avoid, that already makes a huge difference. Collaborating with groups that have people with disabilities as their target group. This event is a very, very good example. Brings together people that have a disability and people that don't, and together they create magic. Synergies are being created out of this. Also research programs that support developers specifically, but also tech people with disabilities. I know of a couple of companies that specifically have programs to attract autistic developers. That's a really cool thing to do because it actually highlights their biggest asset, which is thinking logically. So there are options out there, you just need to find them. Hand in talks about the matter. If you have had a good experience, if you can talk about an example, spread the word. I often get the question of, when it comes to gender diversity, can I as a man talk about gender diversity? Yes, please do. If we only see women up on stage and the woman is the designated diversity expert, nothing will ever change. I want to see men talk about diversity. The same thing, I want to see healthy people talking about diversity when it comes to people with disabilities. And encourage and develop speakers with different needs. Again, this event is a very, very good example. It puts people like me and people on different stages on the spectrum on the stage, on a platform to talk about this matter. And then also what I have seen come up very often is organizing events that focus on setting up technology, creating technology that help people with disabilities. This can be as easy as a food app, and it can go as deep as helping people with voice assistance or people with reading assistance and so forth. So enable those who can to help those who have a disability or chronic illness. And if you have any questions, again, I'm a very extroverted person. I could talk all day if my jaw joints let me. So please just ask. I'm very open. I'm active on Twitter, LinkedIn, all the channels. I will be here around today. If there's any questions you have, come up to me and let's talk. Thank you very much for your understanding, and thank you very much for being an ally. It means the world to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Franziska. Actually, we planned a couple of minutes Q&A, so if you've got questions to Franziska, then this is your chance. Carl has one.
Shoot.
I'm gonna bring the microphone.
So I was intrigued by the idea of user manuals. I just latched onto that for some reason. Can you explain sort of the kind of things that you would want to have in those?
I can give you my example. I recently wrote one, 6 pages long, full of sarcasm. One of the headers was much sarcasm, wow. So basically I talked about my personality, what I like to do. There is also this test, 16 personalities, and apparently I'm a commander, so here you go. And also some of the weird things that I do. Throwing myself on the floor, and you cannot help me in that. I just need some time to get my circulation back in order. I had a situation where there's one person like, can I help you? Can I help you? It's like, no, you can't actually. And when you're nervous and you have to manage the person that's also nervous, that can be really strenuous. So one of those things. I also talked about how I want to be greeted, not harsh. So all of the things that I mentioned here, basically what I need to thrive And also the understanding that I need. That sometimes I do weird things and that's fine and cool. And other people do other things. It's my reality. And helping people to understand that there are different realities via this user manual, for me, changed a bit, at least in the workplace. Because people had the opportunity to read through that and not just, sometimes communication can be a bit strained. You don't really get the message. If it's in writing, it clicks a bit more. So I would suggest that, but we had user manuals where it was one page like, I like meetings to start punctually. I do that. Your user manual should be you. Yeah.
Any more questions? Oh, a lot of questions.
Hi. I'll try to resume the question for what's in my head, but basically as a community organizer, we're always worried about what we can or cannot do, but there's always a limit, and it's for how many hands we have to work on, time, budget, and all this balance. And how do we communicate to our community that we want to improve, but in this event, this is the limit? What would be the best way to communicate and with being honest with the community, with our possibilities, being aware and not letting anyone down, thinking, oh, they cannot, accessibility, for example, when we depend on hosts and sometimes we do not have elevators and just stairs, and it's very frustrating for us, but that's the possibility at the moment, for example. How not to let it down the community, but being honest?
You just did, in a way. Going up on stage and actually mentioning those topics, I find makes a huge difference because it puts a lot of issues on the map that other people are not aware of. I know that especially when we look at gender diversity, and I had this week, comments like, oh, not again this topic. But first of all, with diversity, you don't have it on the map currently as much as, for example, gender diversity, so you can put it on the map. Being honest about it when you do an introduction, I find that super amazing because when I go to a meetup and I hear something like that you actually put thought into this, makes you so much nicer in my eyes than maybe the next community organizer, to be honest with you. There's also the opportunity to write it in the description, how accessible a location, for example, is. And also, if I know what is being served, for example, so if you only have mixed up food, I know, so I can, throughout the day, prepare something for myself, bring it to the meetup, or eat afterwards, plan my day. And especially with my chronic illness, planning my day is essential because it helps me to plan my energy levels as well. And also, I find that a lot of community meetups take much longer than they were announced. So that's also a huge factor in actually sticking to times. So there are various ways you can do it, but being open and transparent is really, really cool because it gives us indicators to work with.
Okay, one final question before we run out of time. Charlie.
Hello, thank you, Yoshi. I was wondering about conflicts. What happens when my God, I'm sorry. What happens when user needs conflict? For example, I have ADHD and I find peripheral movement in my vision intensely distracting, and it's really hard to concentrate on talk. For example, when people are using laptops during a conference. I know some people are doing that because they need to write, because they can't use a pen, for example, and it helps, say, RSI.
Yeah.
What can we do in those situations, I wonder?
I find a divide and conquer strategy really useful in that. Communication is key. If organizers know you, or you tell organizers that you have, you thrive best, let's put a positive spin on it. I don't want to put negative formulations. So you thrive best in an environment that does this, this, and that. Let them know, and they can look out for a space that's ideal for you. And then that maybe seems that we have to divide us up, the ones with chronic illnesses and disabilities, in terms of standing strong together. But if it works for you, that's the good thing. We have to be a little bit selfish in those things. We actually have to say, look, I've got this, and can you help me? And that enables other people to help you along the way. So you can sit in one corner, and the other person can sit in the other corner, and everyone will be happy. That will be my solution, at least. Communication. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Franziska. This was great. We're a couple minutes behind the schedule, but this shouldn't stop us. See you again in, say, 10 minutes with Sergei, talking about screen reader testing. Or maybe you could switch to one of the other sessions, at least meet in 10 minutes for Sergei's talk. Thank you.
Check works too much, I guess, no? What if now it's not good?
So, hello. Second talk of the day. Sergei, come up on stage. Sergei is a front-end developer. Recently switched to Robotize.
Check. Can
check,
you hear
check.
me?
You're
Yes.
online? Yes.
Good.
He's a degree in information technologies from the University of Helsinki, and working as an accessibility activist and doing quite interesting stuff. I've seen like 1 or 2 presentations from him. They were really interesting. They're mostly about screen readers. And this is also kind of what you can expect from his talk. And it's about how drag and drop can be like done for people with visual impairment. So this is really interesting. Welcome, Sergei.
Thank you.
Voiceover on Chrome, drag and drop components for blind users. Are you kidding me?
Can you make
Drag
it
and
a little
drop
bit
components
louder,
for
maybe?
blind users. Are you kidding?
Can you hear it? Good.
Voiceover off.
Okay. Yup. So, hello everybody. First of all, thank you very much that you came today. I really appreciate it, and I really love this event because when something happens, some event happens about accessibility, be it a meetup or conference or a summit like today, I'm really happy about that, and I'm really happy to be on the stage today and share my knowledge with you. A little bit about myself. My name is Sergei Kriger. I'm working as a front-end developer at the company called Robotize. We're based in Munich and we are making robots, real physical robots for hotels. And if it happened to be that you're staying in one of the hotels, our robots are already working, and you want to order something from room service, our robot named Jeeves will definitely bring it to you. And I really love it. Our robots are amazing. And besides front-end development, I'm a big fan of web accessibility, and in my career I was able to prepare a couple of projects for AA accessibility test, and that's why I think I have something to share with you. I have some knowledge about that. And today we are going to talk about drag and drop components, and please at first take a look at these 4 screenshots. Screenshot from Trello service, Gmail, Google Keep, and Omeo, which is previously was named as a GoEro website. At the first look, these 4 websites are totally different, but there's at least one thing that joins these websites. It's a drag and drop components. On each of these websites, there's at least one component which implements drag and drop pattern. And in my opinion, it's super nice because drag and drop pattern makes user interfaces more convenient because it's quite natural for us to move stuff from one place to another. And we brought this pattern from a physical world to the web. But the problem is that when we as developers are building drag and drop components, we assume by default that people who will use our components, they are like they can use a mouse, they can look at the screen. But unfortunately, it's not the case. There are many people, millions of people who cannot see the screen, who cannot use the mouse. Those people are blind people, and those people are people with visual impairments, for example. And that literally means that our drag and drop components, which are cool for us, can be useless for them because there's no way for a blind person to take a mouse to drag and drop component from one place to another. It's just impossible. So today, in this talk, we will take a look at the web from the different point of view. We'll look at different areas of the web when we usually use drag and drop patterns. We will consider several real-life examples and with drag and drop implementation, and then we will try to solve drag and drop problem for blind people. And we will start from sliding. Sliding is super nice. Sliding is when you drag something along one element along another element, and we use this slider component a lot. And here is a screenshot from the Omeo website, and this is a website, by the way, where you can search for flights, train tickets, bus tickets, etc. And sometimes result list can be huge. And in order to shorten the results, we can use different ways, and one of them is to use sliders, for example, to range the price from 100 to 150 euros, for example, and slider is a perfect component for that. And let's assume that we are developers of this website and we got a task to create this filtering functionality and to make a slider. What would be our choice? How would we start working on this slider? Well, the first thing I can recommend you, if there is a possibility to use a native slider, we need to go that way, because at the end it will save us some time, nerves, money for our company, and these components, native HTML components, almost accessible by default. So slider will look like this. You can drag a thumb. This component is called thumb, and this horizontal one called a track, for example. And we can drag a thumb along the track, and the value of the slider, depending on the position of a thumb on the track, will be changed, and we can subscribe for these changes, and we can do something. In this case, I'm simply changing a background color depending on the thumb position, but we can do everything with these calculations. And now let's assume that we are blind users. So this slider is ready, and we are blind users. We need to use this slider. First, we need to understand how blind people are using internet. They do two things. They don't use a screen for sure, they don't use a mouse, but they use a keyboard a lot, and they use a special software called a screen reader. And now I will start a screen reader on my machine, but first I will turn off the light just to pretend to be a blind, so I don't see the screen now. And I will start my screen reader and see how I can interact with this slider.
Voiceover on Chrome, slider.
In order to get the slider, I will click a tab key and the slider will get focused.
0. Native slider, slider application.
So what happens now? Once this slider got focused, screen reader automatically pronounced for us several things. Current value, name of the slider, and some other meta information. And now, using native browser shortcuts like arrow keys, I can manipulate with this slider.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And when I turn on the light, I see that a thumb is moved and value is changed, so this slider is working.
Voiceover off.
So if there is a possibility in our everyday job to use a native elements, we can go that way, but there is a problem with this slider. I don't know any single designer who would like how the slider looks like, and in addition, this slider will look differently on different browsers, so we need to solve that problem, and luckily, there is a way to do so. There are a couple of simple CSS properties for that. They look quite intuitive, so you probably can remember them right now, right? It was a joke, because there is no way to do that, and if with these properties, yes, it's possible to style slider somehow, but there is a tool, for example, called range.css, or some similar tools you can use just to style your sliders visually and copy-paste CSS code to your application. And this is a native and styled slider, and it works like the previous one worked. So we can drag the thumb along the track, value changes, it works, and I will not even start my screen reader because it's just working, because it's a native HTML slider. But sometimes you can experience some situations where you cannot use native elements, and even if you look now, inspect the slider from Omeo website, it's not a slider, because native slider is an input with a type range, but this slider is a set of divs and spans, so it's like custom implementation of a slider. It looks like a slider, it works like a slider, but it's a custom version. And let's imagine that our task is to create a custom slider. The key point here is to use position absolute. There is one of the ways we can implement drag and drop pattern manually. Position absolute is quite nice way, so we can position absolutely a thumb relatively to a track, and then get some values from JavaScript events. So there are 3 events in JavaScript we can use in order to implement drag and drop. With a mouse down event, we can catch the moment when user drags something, just catches the element. With the mouse move, we can implement dragging, and with mouse up, we implement dropping. We will not go to details because it's not a trivial thing to implement this kind of pattern. It takes a little bit of time, but just for your information, these 3 things can solve it for the desktop, and these 3 events can solve the problem in the touch screen. With some problems, but we will not discuss about them today. Our goal is just to make it working, and I will demonstrate you how actually it works in practice. So here we go. Here's a demo of a slider. It looks like a previous one. It does exactly what the previous slider, native one, does. But the thing is, it's a custom one, and now the half of job is done. Slider is working. We need to test it for accessibility. Again, with the screen reader, start my screen
Voiceover on Chrome.
And we'll click a tab key to jump to the thumb.
Group.
And we see visually that focus is there, but screen reader pronounced a group, but let's try to test it again, maybe it works. I start moving a thumb, it moves, value changes, but nothing happens. And the reason for that is because we don't use native one. Native one works by default, custom one doesn't.
Voiceover off.
So now this is our problem. We need to solve it. We need to make a custom slider accessible for screen reader users. And the key point is here to use area attributes. There are 5 magic area attributes we can use in order to make this custom slider accessible. First of all, we need to give this slider a role slider, and this way screen reader will consider this element as a slider. Then we need to give a name of the slider. In this case, I just gave a name slider, but it's up to you how to name the slider. Then current value, minimum value, and the maximum value will do the job. So now our custom slider became accessible slider, and we will prove it now. So I start my screen reader.
Voiceover on Chrome.
Jump to the slider.
0. Accessible slider. Slider.
And first of all, we hear a current value, 0. And now I will start moving this thumb.
1, 2, 3.
And it works.
Voiceover off.
Yeah. So this is how simple it is with proper markup, a little bit of JavaScript, and area magic. We made accessible slider, and our job is done here. So we made first drag and drop component accessible. Let's go to the next one. And let's talk a little bit about sorting, because in sorting, when we want to sort something in the list, usually we use drag and drop pattern, and this is a screenshot from the Google Keep service, and this service does one thing. It allows you to create to-do list, and of course, when you created a to-do list, you can mark items as done, delete items, and add new ones, and sort them. And here is my implementation of a to-do list. It does almost everything that Google Keep does, maybe a little bit less. So let's try to add an item first. Walk the dog, for example. I can click Add button, and now this item jumps to the end of the list. Nice. So adding items work. And now I can either mark items as done or even delete items, and part of the whole job is done now. Slider does something, but there's one thing we need to do now. We need to implement drag and drop here, and for the previous example we used position absolute, but there is another way of doing that. Another thing we can use is a draggable attribute with the value true. And by the way, I didn't mention it at the beginning, if you are not a developer and these terms are quite far away from you, don't worry, we'll be having a lot of examples. You'll probably understand the point, how it works. I don't ask you to memorize details. And if you work with developers, just ask them to read the slides afterwards. They will see how what we did for implementing that. So attribute draggable with the value true. When we give an element this attribute, this element becomes draggable. So we can physically grab this element on the screen and drag it to other place. And nice to say that not all the elements require this draggable attribute. Images, links, and selected text. These components are already draggable, so we can skip this adding draggable attribute. And here is simple example how drag and drop works. So here is a one component, and we will drag this component, let's call it an image, and there is another one, a drop zone component, and this component will accept our image and keep it inside itself afterwards. So now I'm simply dragging the component. I can enter a drop zone, I can exit a drop zone, enter it again, and drop it there. And our element jumped to that drop zone. We will not go to details a lot, but here is, just for your information, list of events we will be using to implement drag and drop, because adding an attribute is a half of a problem. Another half, we need to physically move the element from one place to another. And these events, which happen on the draggable component and a drop zone, these events we will be using for solving the problem. So here is a solution. Again, no need to memorize. I will just quickly go what's happening here. So when we start dragging the component, we need to give, we need to remember the selector of the element we are dragging. We will use this selector to physically move element from previous position to the next one. And then once the drop event happens, when we release the mouse, we will take this selector ID in this case from the event, and then use a simple JavaScript to manipulate this element, remove it, just move it to other place. Not a problem if you know JavaScript a little bit. And now enough theory, let's go to practice. Here is our list, and here is I will demonstrate now how it works. So let's imagine that our goal is to move this last item, walk the dog, to the first position. And when I hover this item, you can see that in the left there is an element appeared with the 6 vertically aligned dots. And this usually in the UX world means that we can drag this component. So I can now use a mouse, drag it to the top, drop it there, and now our item is jumped to the first position. So now functional part of the problem is solved, but now we need to think what to do with blind people or visually impaired people, because there is no way for them to take a mouse and look at the screen, and we really need to think what is our goal here. And our goal, of course, not to use drag and drop pattern itself. Drag and drop pattern is just a tool to solve the problem. Our goal is to give screen reader users a possibility, maybe another one than drag and drop, to solve the problem of sorting. And I will demonstrate you how it works, and we'll give you some explanations what I did here. So first of all, we need to start our screen reader.
Voiceover on Chrome.
And then we need to find this element on the page. Let's do it by jumping to the headline, for example.
Heading level 2. To-do list.
Yes, so now we found a component, and now let's explore this component with the tab key. So now let's jump through all the interactive elements.
List 3 items. Press Enter key to select an item. Walk the dog. Group.
And once we click a tab, our focus moved to that element we use for dragging and dropping to-do list item. And this element is focusable, and once focus gets this element, screen reader automatically will pronounce a description of this element and some instruction. And this text is up to us. We can give screen reader users some instructions. And in this case, we told them, hey, if you want to select this element, just click Enter, and then you can sort it. So now I click Enter.
Item walk the dog selected. Press arrow keys to move the item. Press escape key to deselect the item.
So once the item, the whole item is selected, we gave screen reader users other instructions. So now they can move the element using up and down arrow keys, or deselect the element with the escape key. So let's move this element to the bottom of the screen.
Item walk the dog move to position 2. Item walk the dog move to position 3.
So now it's there, and now I can deselect this element by clicking on escape key.
Item walk the dog deselected. Voiceover off.
And here we go. That's how easy it is. So we didn't try to adapt drag and drop itself for blind people. We just gave them a possibility to perform the task in a little bit different way, with selecting element, moving it up or down to the list, and then by releasing it. Easy. And here's some hints how we did that. In order to force screen reader to pronounce something for you, we can use live region technique. And this technique is quite simple. You create an empty element and give it several attributes. Area live with the value polite or some different values. I will not go to details. What is the difference? And also for browser compatibility, role status or role alert if you use a different area live value. And this will be a sign for a screen reader to start listening to this component. And once we update the content of this element with a JavaScript, for example, screen reader automatically will pronounce whatever we pass as a content. That's how we achieved delivering instructions for blind people, for screen reader users. And that was the second component we solved. Now let's talk a little bit about moving elements in general, because sorting is just one way of moving, but there are a couple of more examples. Here is a screenshot for Trello website. Did anybody use this Trello? Yeah, some of you at least have, but if you didn't use Trello, probably you use either Jira or other task managers. And this service, Trello in this case, works in a simple way. It gives you a possibility to create columns and create items inside columns, and you can move items, your to-do items, from one column to another, from to-do to doing, from doing to done, etc. You can customize it as you want. And now let's take a look how we can solve this problem for blind users, because usually when we talk about task boards, this kind of services, they use drag and drop. It's super easy to move an item to drag item with the mouse, move it wherever you want, and release it there. Done. And here is my version of task board. Super simple. It does just few things, but it will demonstrate how you can solve that problem. So here is the item worth the car, for example, and let's imagine that I want to move it to the doing column. I can grab it with the mouse, move it to the doing, and release it, and it's there. So the thing is, so now we have three potential places on the place where we can drag elements. And this is a key point, and it makes a difference with the next solution I will give you. So now I will show you now how I solve that problem.
Voiceover on Chrome.
Screen reader is on, and now let's explore this element again with the tab key.
List 2 items, do the dishes, group.
When I click a tab key for the first time, the focus moved to the first item in the to-do column, and screen reader told me about that this item is selected now, or focused, let's say. And now I will click a tab key one more time, and now attention.
To do, choose the column. Collapsed pop-up button, do the dishes, group.
Screen reader pronounced that a lot of instructions. So once we moved focus to the next element, this element lives inside the first one, and this element looks like a 3 vertical aligned dots that in the UX world again means there's something to select here. And I will click now, and in addition, screen reader pronounced the word collapsed for screen reader user, and they will understand it because they know how screen reader communicates and what is its shortcuts, let's say. This collapsed word means that there is something hidden and you can open it and choose some options. And I will use browser default keys now, arrow down, for example, to open this list.
Menu 3 items tick, to do.
So here we go. What we did for this solution, we created a select list inside each item, and we defined 3 places where we can potentially move our elements: to do, doing, and done. And now, let's say I want to move this item, do the dishes, to the doing. I need to select it in the select list, click enter.
Item do the dishes, move to the column doing.
Done.
Item do the dishes.
And then we used live region technique, already familiar to us, to inform the users, gives them some feedback.
Voiceover off.
And here we go. So now we solved the problem number 3. We made a task board component accessible for screen reader users. Good. Let's go further and consider a last component for today. This is a screenshot for Gmail. And Gmail, you know probably what it does. You can send emails with this service, and moreover, you can attach files to each email. And usually, if you want to attach files to the email, there should be like a drag and drop available, because it's super convenient to just open your file system on your operating system, move the file inside the browser, and file will be uploaded automatically. So here's my super duper simple implementation of uploading. It's just the area where we can drag the files from operating system. And let's test how that works. So here's my operating system file manager, and I can simply drag the element called image.png inside the browser, release it there, and then uploading starts. And once uploading is ended, we will see a success notification with some confirmation text. This is how this experience looks for us. We can see the screen, we can drag files, etc. But for screen reader users, solution will contain 2 parts. First, we need to open the file system from the keyboard, and this is super simple. There is a special component called input with a type of file, and the word choose is simple input component, and when I click this component, browser does it automatically for me. So we can solve this problem of opening file system with the input field, and this is the first problem. And the last problem is to give screen reader users feedback of uploading. And now I will demonstrate you how this experience works in the whole, and you will see
Voiceover.
that it's quite accessible for blind users. So you can click with the keyboard on this
choose button application.
We can give any description for this button. It's just an example. Maybe it's not that convenient for users to understand what choose mean, but you can provide them with any description you want. And now with the screen reader, I will simply click it.
Press choose button in open dialog list view table, no selection.
And for these things, we don't need to do anything. This is a browser-related things, an operating system-related things. So I can choose with the common shortcuts operating system has. We can choose an image.
Image.png, PNG image.
And we can just click enter, and the uploading process will be started. And now look at the screen.
Choose but 14% uploaded. Closing dial 57%, 76% up, 100%. File image.png successfully uploaded.
Already familiar live region technique will do the rest of the job. We can use our interface as we use it in accessible way, let's say, but just we need to provide screen reader users with the right instructions, right feedback in this case. uploading, 5% uploaded, 50%, 100%, uploading is finished, notification, and now they are sure that file they wanted to upload is uploaded.
Voiceover off.
And this solution is not that complicated as well, so we just need to use a little bit of JavaScript here, and that's it, and a little bit of imagination, let's say. And that's pretty much it, what I wanted to show you today. Let's recover what we learned today. First of all, if there is a way to implement drag and drop component using native elements, go that way. You will save time, money, nerves, and this is almost accessible by default. If there is no way to use native elements, HTML, JavaScript, area, and a little bit of magic will solve the problem. It's nice to implement adapt drag and drop pattern for screen reader users with a selected mode by selecting, moving, and releasing. And also, sometimes you can use a context menu if drop zones in your website are predefined by default, so you can give screen reader users a possibility to choose where they want to move a certain component or file, etc. If you want to know more about accessibility, I would really recommend you to check this website. It's one of the accessibility. And by the way, I will post a link somewhere on Twitter with this presentation, so you will find all the links, because this is actually a link to that website, so you can use that later on. So this website is one of the accessibility documentation websites hosted on w3.org. You can find a list of components, accessible components. You can read instructions how to make this kind of components accessible. I use this website a lot and recommend you to do the same. If you're new in accessibility world, but you want to learn how to make accessible components, the best way to do that is by reading the book written by Laura Kolbeck, Accessibility for Everyone. So in the super simple language, she explains how to start with accessibility and what accessibility is, and you will get more than enough information from this book. I personally started from this book, and I really like it. And if you're already familiar with accessibility, you know what it is, you know how to do this thing, I would recommend you anyway to check Inclusive Components website built by Hayden Pickering. And this website, Hayden created a list of accessible components. And he not only provided you with the demos, he gave really nice extended instructions how to make accessible components, and some ways he used for make components accessible, and other ways he didn't use explicitly because they are bad, etc. So really nice website with a lot of information. And that's pretty much it. If you have some, I don't know if you have some time for questions, you can ask either now, but if you don't want to ask publicly, just come to me at any time here, ask questions privately, or reach me on Twitter, and I will be glad to answer. Thank you very much.
So, is there anyone having questions? I guess you should. Okay.
Thank you. I have the question because in the examples, I think it was a little bit inconsistent with the actual use of the context menu, for example. That you, for example, with the list you wanted to reorder, you had to you access the trackable symbol first. And on the board, it was the second accessible element.
Yeah,
so
I guess I got the question, yes.
Yeah, that's kind of confusing, I have to say. I would say would be the other way around, better in the board.
Definitely. I 150% agree with what you're saying, because my goal was not to provide like final solution. My idea was to give you examples how you can solve the problem. In this case, I solve it that way. But if you know the way how to solve the problem, the details you can make different details. Second position, third position, first position for these instructions or selected elements, it doesn't matter. The thing is that most of developers, at least from my experience, they don't even think that we need to do something for drag and drop components. If you do it with a mouse, done. But my goal for today was to give you an example. It's not done first, and here how you can do that. Just one example. It's just for demonstration. Technically, my components, it's totally offline. They don't do anything. It's just examples.
Okay.
Yeah, but thank you for the question.
Okay.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I'm a UX UI designer, but I know HTML and CSS, and I'm wondering in which situation a team would decide to actually have custom component instead of already existing patterns.
Good question, because I was working actually in production with these sliders, and the first idea was to use this native one, but we had some problems implementing quite complicated multiple thumb slider with Angular. We could probably try to solve it, but like with a native one, but we found a ready solution which was custom, and then it didn't work for us, and we tried to implement native. It didn't work for some reason for us. We didn't have time. Saving one thing, because it's quite complex. You need to consider a lot of stuff and deal with native, because unfortunately native components, like a downside of native components is that they're different in different browsers, and if you build custom solution, it's cross-browser by default, so this can be an issue. And I don't know what else. Just nice to have this as a backup plan anyway. So time and some maybe problems with the frameworks developers can use.
Yep. Thank you. Next one.
Hi there. So I quite liked what you did, but you only did it once. I thought it was a really sort of like a holistic view. Because my background is as a tester, you demonstrated one of your sliders actually as a blind user by making the screen black. I'm interested, do you do that very often? Because that to me is almost a perfect case, because for a lot of your examples, I appreciate it's a demo and it's to help us, but I think almost using a screen reader sort of lulls people into a false sense of security because, well, I can still see the component, so, oh, I know I need to press tab 3 times because I can see it's the third option. Whereas the one time you did the demo where it was black, I quite like that. So when you're developing these components, are you actually doing those kind of tests as well? Because I think that's a really interesting point.
I personally do, because it's fun to browse the black screen. And I did it for sure at the beginning of my accessibility journey. Now I can be sure that my components are accessible even without a black screen, because I have some experience, but I still do it because it's super fun. And sometimes I do another thing. When we have a definition of done for our in our project, and I just asked my code reviewers, you just mark it as done. Can you do like that? Extra task for you, just turn off the light on the screen and try to do the same. Does it work for you? It usually doesn't, because people don't use the screen readers. But yes, I do, and I like that practice because you have a feeling of how actually blind users are using internet. And I even do a little bit more things. When I have time for that, I just pick any site in the internet. Let's say I want to book something, book a hotel or whatever. I just turn off the light and try to do that. And usually I don't submit, like, don't use my card to pay something, because I'm not that sure. I'm not full-time screen reader users, but if I come to that point where I click a button and I buy something, done for me. It's just fun. Recommend you to do that.
And just quickly, you said that test you just did there. How often does that work?
Not often at all. Actually, with this website, which is, it was called Go Euro, but now it's named like Omeo. I tried, I failed, and then I actually emailed the blind developer named Leonie Watson, probably you know her, and I asked her to set up a Skype session with me and show me how would she use that. And finally, she came up with a solution that something didn't work for her. She opened the browser console and fixed that. But it's not the way people usually do, right? So not always working for me, but I really like that experience. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. G?
Hi, one last question. I'm a designer myself, and I really like the example where for the drag and drop like Trello, you had an option where you have a drop down. But do you think it's useful for me to actually design it as well to show my developers that, hey, this is another alternative for accessibility on top of the drag and drop?
So if I understand the question correctly, do you need to, as a designer, to worry how to design this?
Not worry, but maybe put it as well in the design.
I would say, so this how I see this component, but I would actually understand if this component would be visible by default, this 3 dots, so you need to design them, and this custom implementation like a select component I use in this situation just for time saving. We can use a custom one, and of course, if we use a custom design for select list, designers need to worry about that, and this, I would say it's just up to you, but as a developer, if I got this kind of task to implement that a designer didn't do anything, if I know that I can solve it myself and I don't have time to ask designers to enhance it, I will do that. If we have time, I would come to the designer and explain the problem and ask, hey, we have a problem. This component need to have a select list. Do we want to have a native one which looks like, how to say it politely, not that good? And in other browsers like Firefox, it looks even worse. So Chrome is more or less good in this sense. I would say yes, designers should be involved in that process, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
And
Any more questions? Oh, quite a lot.
Two more.
Beginning here.
Ooh, thank you.
You said that we're supposed to use like a creativity to tell the users, and when you were going, I know like the perception, if I were blind, would be different, but I think I was wondering how much information can I give to the user? Like the example you gave for drag and drop, you could choose to move the place, but you could also delete it or change the name or other options. How to give that so many possibilities of option for a screen reader?
I would say every solution can have different instructions and different text. In my opinion, this was a minimum for me, but I would actually like if somebody shortened my text and still keep it like understandable. I would say it's up to developer or designer or content manager, but the thing is, these instructions should be provided somehow. So the experience of a blind user should be like a full experience. They need to do the stuff. And if you think that you need more text, having like big amount of text is much better than having no text at all. I would stick all the time, like every time, with shortened text. In my opinion, it was short, but probably it was not. So shorter, better, but if there's no way to make it shorter, whatever, that will help people. Because without this text, they won't even understand what to do. Did I answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So I'm a designer who works both like web, but also a lot of touch screen devices.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you're touching on web here, but I was wondering if you have some recommendation how to translate this to touch screen.
Do you mean native applications?
Yes.
Or web applications?
Well, I mean, let's take web for...
I mean, if you take web, it's almost the same. The only thing I can think about this JavaScript events I showed for implementing drag and drop with the positioning absolute, this touch start, touch end, I personally experienced some problem here, didn't want to mention here, so that could be a potential thing that could be different. But if we are talking about native, I don't know, I have never worked with native, and I would say common sense would be a perfect solution here, just to know stuff, think about stuff, test stuff, because our problem that we don't test.
Thank you.
Gunnar, you're waiting a long time.
Thanks. Kind of follow up to the question from the back. You showed how to make a drag and drop component accessible for screen reader users. And I wonder how to make it accessible to sighted keyboard users.
Sorry.
Because there seemed to be no clue that you can use a keyboard.
Yeah, I got the point. The first reason why I did that, because I'm a fan of screen readers, so this is kind of my topic. And I would say this is not a ready solution. If we come to the testing at the end, screen reader testing, that's what I did today, is just part of it. Keyboard testing, it's another one. Focus management, super huge topic, super complicated to implement, especially when it comes with the input search, for example, like suggestions. It's a big deal. So what you're asking about is it's a different problem, needs to be discovered differently. But my goal when I build, for example, interfaces is to first make it accessible by keyboard somehow. I mean, maybe not perfectly, but tasks should be done. And then I focus on the screen readers, at least for this presentation I did, and it should be enhanced for sure. So not sure if I answer your question, but the thing is that many aspects in keyboard is a kind of standalone topic, super huge. And just as a note, if you do this job with the keyboard, it will be not only accessible for people who cannot use the web other way. I'm a keyboard user. I hate using mouse, and I don't know, I just have it somewhere in the table. I don't even turn it on, I use a keyboard. So yes, it's another topic. I would say maybe later on I will even present something about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'd have time for one more question.
Okay.
Regarding the native slider, sometimes you have this dragging the thumb for not only 1 to 10, but 1 to 500, 1000. Is there some way to tell the component to, I don't know, have something like, in my mind I have a second key where I can just go...
Step, something that you talk about. So not a wide by 1, but 10 by 10, for example, or something. If I remember correctly, there should be something.
Yeah.
There's a way of native way of doing that. I guess step attribute with the value, let's say 5. Maybe people jump by 5. I did that. I don't remember the syntax exactly because I don't know. I just look documentation when I'm developing it. Yeah, but there's a way.
And for the custom one, you have to think about that yourself, right?
Yeah, and we have been building, let's say, sliders for filtering huge amount of data, like days, dates, or euros, or I don't know, some currency, whatever, and it was like hundreds. Of course, we did actually 1 by 1. If you click arrow key, if you use shift, it's 10 by 10 or 50 by 50 or something. Yeah, there's a way. Ooh, so many questions.
So many questions. Okay. Is there a really important question left? If not, Sergei is here the whole day. Catch him in the break during the day and pester him with questions. Thank you a lot, Sergei. It was really interesting. Awesome. Okay, so the next talk is Sarah Brodwall. At 12 o'clock here. Get a coffee, take a short break. See you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
I'll take it on. Good.
to take my cards. Welcome back again, 12 o'clock, third session. This is Sarah Brodwall. Here's written, she's got a background in linguistics and cognitive psychology, but works on the web for over 20 years now. And in fact, she works for the Norwegian Directorate of eHealth. To be honest, I have no idea what this is. I hope she's going to tell us. And she's going to speak about prioritizing accessibility tasks, which is a really important topic and a tough one. So welcome, Sarah. Have fun.
Thank you very much. So, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Brodwall, and again, I work at the Norwegian Directorate of eHealth. I'm Principal Advisor for Universal Design. So, I've been working with the web since 1995 or so, first as a hobby, and that was beside my studies when I was doing cognitive psychology. But then I started working more formally as a webmaster. I moved to Norway in 1999, got a degree in user experience, and then started working with that. And now I get to work with all of those subjects together as an accessibility specialist, and it's definitely the most interesting and worthwhile part of my career so far. A bit about my directorate. We develop websites that help people take responsibility for their own health. So we make the websites for the hospitals, for example, and we also make websites that help people interact with their healthcare providers. Nice. Yeah, better? Oh, yes. Yes, people can interact with their healthcare providers. So, for example, to book an appointment or renew a prescription. Our target audience is the entirety of Norway's population. So clearly accessible, inclusive design is very important for us. Today, I'll be talking about how we can approach this subject of prioritization of accessibility issues in our projects so that we can provide the best experience possible for the most people as possible. When I tell people I'm going to give a talk about this, they're often kind of taken aback. This is seen as a touchy subject. Much like this Jenga game here, there are many hard to balance issues here, and people are afraid that they're going to offend people or that something's just going to go wrong. So today I will explore the issues, why this can be seen as a difficult subject. I'll look a bit at the factors that affect how we prioritize today and how we hopefully should prioritize. And then I will suggest a method for how we can put this knowledge into use in our organizations. And then we'll finally look at some examples. So in the social justice circles, there's a concept called the Oppression Olympics. Just so said, I did not make this slide, and I very purposely made the text unreadable. But the idea here is that sometimes we use our ideas about how different marginalized groups experience the world to create a ranking of how those people have it. So in the Oppression Olympics, a black woman might rank over a white man, or if the black woman is able-bodied and wealthy, the white man might rank over her if he is in a wheelchair and homeless. So, playing the Oppression Olympics, whether or not it's a joke, this is not something that we should do. We should never presume how people have it in their lives, and we shouldn't use this to rank people. We shouldn't be ranking people at all. What complicates matters here is that we don't want to see judgmental. Sometimes we might even refuse to acknowledge differences. This screen cap here shows a conversation between a white blonde woman and a left-wing black talk show host. And this conservative white blonde woman is saying, "I don't see color." And the black left-wing talk show host says, "So what do you do at a traffic light?" And the point being here is, of course we see color. Even if we can't see, we see color. But we're social beings. And categorizing us versus them is one of the absolute most basic ways we analyze our relationships to other people. So whether or not we like to admit it, we do categorize people in our heads. But the thing is, when we admit that we actually do perceive color or gender or ability or whatever, that allows us to acknowledge that different people experience the world differently. They have different strengths and different needs, and when we acknowledge and respect that, it allows us to address the issues that affect them most. And this will hopefully make it easier for us to adapt our products to give the best experience for the most people. So it can feel like a fine line to walk between acknowledging differences and playing the oppression Olympics. But what does this have to do with accessibility? This screen cap here shows the accessibility backlog in my organization's issue tracking system. In the software development world, in essence, if an issue doesn't go into the issue tracking system, it functionally does not exist. So to get something fixed, it has to go into the backlog, and to really get it fixed, then it has to go into the sprint. We leave one issue in the backlog, we take another issue into the sprint, and it can feel like we are prioritizing one person's needs over another. And it can feel then like we are actually saying some people have more of a right to access our products than others. And for those of us who work with inclusive design, when we have to make those sorts of assessments, it can feel like we're actually failing at our jobs. But we do live in the real world, which means we have limited resources, and we have budgets, we have time constraints. We cannot fix everything at once. It's not possible. So we have to make these decisions about really which issues we're going to be able to fix at all. So I wondered aloud on Twitter how the accessibility world prioritizes issues. And I asked, which aspects of accessibility are most important? Experts are loath to answer. In my opinion, ensuring a site is understandable is the most important and the most overlooked aspect of accessibility. There's not much value in enabling people to perceive or operate a site if they can't understand the content. I got one answer from Robin Hunt, who is an accessibility specialist and a writer in New Zealand. And she says, it's pointless prioritizing. It's like saying one impairment is more important than others. Perhaps deciding which actions will have the most impact for the most people, but even that is inadequate. All or nothing. In our work, we don't prioritize. So this really got me to thinking. So those of us who work with accessibility, our goal is going to be to try and provide a good experience for everyone. We know that accessibility is a right, both a human right and a legal right. And it's painful for us to acknowledge that we won't be able to provide a good experience for everyone. I am probably what can best be described as a pessimist masquerading as a pragmatist. And this image of a beer stein here is most definitely half empty. So in my glass half empty kind of world, also known as the public sector, resources are limited. We're not going to be able to fix everything. We'll have to compromise, and that means we will be prioritizing, whether we want to or not. This slide illustrates the trolley problem, which is a very famous thought experiment in ethics and social psychology. In the most basic form of the problem, we're asked to imagine that there is a runaway trolley barreling down the tracks towards 5 people who are tied to the tracks. But the issue is, you have the opportunity to pull a lever, and if you do that, you will be diverting the trolley towards another track that only has 1 person tied up on it. You'll save the lives of those 5 people, but you'll be dooming the other individual to a very grisly death. What do you do? As an aside here, I think it's really interesting to see this problem evolve from just being an interesting thought experiment to being an actual real-life consideration that we have to take into account now that we have self-driving vehicles. In Oslo, not too long ago, we actually got a self-driving bus. And I have to wonder how these buses are programmed. They all have a host on the bus who can take over in case there's any issues, but we also have to wonder how the host is programmed. Anyway, my point here is that refusing to make a choice is actually making a choice. When you refuse to pull that lever, even though you are not performing a physical action, you are actively choosing to prioritize the life of that one individual over those 5 individuals. Maybe you see yourself as someone who would never perform an active action that would cause damage, harm to another person. But in my opinion, you are abdicating responsibility. One might even argue that you are giving your own self-image more priority than you're giving the lives of those 5 people. Of course, it is really, really not that simple. But the point here is when you refuse to choose an order for prioritization, you are still making a choice as to which issues will get fixed first. No particular order is still functionally an order. But unlike with the trolley problem, in this case, there are real-world consequences for your choices. But the important thing to realize here, and I think this is absolutely key, we are not actually ranking people. And I think this is where the confusion arises. We're not ranking our users. We're not ranking people. We are ranking features in our products. And when you realize that, you can feel much more comfortable admitting that some problems should have a higher priority than others. And that will let you take control of the process so that you can use those limited resources that you have to provide the most benefit for the most users as possible. And really, this is the essence of why we say that accessibility benefits everyone. When you design well for people with motor difficulties, for example, you'll also be improving the user experience for someone who is using your app on a moving bus, someone who may be holding a child in their primary hand, someone who is drunk, or like this gentleman here, somebody who is using their touchscreen phone with a screen reader. So when you address this particular issue, you're not prioritizing the people as such. You will be providing better user experience for absolutely everybody who uses your product. So we can be thankful that the prioritization choices that we make, they are not quite as dramatic as the trolley problem, with the notable exception of the WCAG success criterion about flashing content, which can theoretically kill someone if we don't conform. But the question is then, how should we prioritize? And before we look at that, we should look a little bit at how we do prioritize in reality. A colleague of mine said the other day, if you're not prioritizing, you're not working. So this is something that we actually do. This screen cap here shows Norway's regulations about the universal design of ICT solutions. Legislation like this is often one of the strongest and one of the first motivating factors in how we prioritize accessibility issues in our content. So when you're threatening people with fines on a daily basis, your boss is going to be much more likely to give money to your projects. But the problem there is you're going to do the least possible work that you can. You may even go so far as to check and see which accessibility issues are going to be most likely to be evaluated. It can really be a pretty cynical way of prioritizing accessibility in your products. Another external factor that can affect how we prioritize accessibility is social media. So our organization, for example, has gotten really hung out in social media from one of the most prominent voices in the accessibility movement in Norway, Morten Tollesen, who is here today, actually. But you better believe when you have somebody like that that is calling out your problems, you take it seriously. Many organizational factors affect how we prioritize. So if you sit in a horrible open plan office like depicted here, you're going to be much more aware of whether or not a video has subtitles, for example. If you're sitting next to somebody who uses a screen magnifier, you'll be aware of those issues. In general, when our organizations employ users who have disabilities, that's potentially exploitative, but that is a good way of promoting accessibility in the organization. The kinds of issues we prioritize can be strongly affected by what our employees know. So if the developers know ARIA, then those things will get prioritized, much like Math Lady here. If the product owner is ignorant about accessibility, if the customer is ignorant about accessibility, those issues will not get prioritized. And if our testers don't know how to use screen readers, those issues will never even be found. Our organization's policies are also going to, of course, affect what gets prioritized. This image shows that my organization's language policy specifically excludes clear speech. So the people we have writing content for us are pretty good at what they're doing, but we also have some external people who write content. And since our policy specifically excludes clear speech, we don't have the leverage we need to ensure that we can prioritize those issues. And of course, our personal experiences. If you've got ADHD, for example, you're going to be well aware of animations that play automatically and that you can't turn off. And if you have a family member who doesn't have much experience with the web and maybe can't see very well, like this old lady here, you're going to be much more likely to notice issues with tiny fonts and poor contrast and poor interaction design. The technology we choose, that'll have a major effect. This is our issue tracking system again, and it has 4 different levels of severity of issues, and the default is medium. So if you're not reflected about what you choose here for your severity, that's going to have a huge effect on what actually gets fixed. Automated tools for testing, like Axe here, if we only use these kinds of tools, we'll be missing out on 60% or so of issues that we can't identify with this kind of tool. And again, you can't prioritize what you don't even know about. Other issues like accessibility tests that are running in your build pipeline, if you're using a linter, this slide shows how the IDE WebStorm can check for missing labels or required alt text. Other aspects are absolutely whether there's anybody on the team who is particularly interested in the subject. If you have somebody on your team who's a WCAG evangelist, like this standard thumper here, they're going to enlighten the people that they work with and make sure that these ideas are in the forefront of people's minds. So it's not necessarily the case that all of these issues should be affecting the way that we prioritize issues. Social media, for example, just because somebody's got a loud voice doesn't necessarily mean that fixing those issues is going to provide a lot of value for people. How do we figure out where we should focus our efforts? So, first of all, it goes without saying that not all parts of your site are equally important. You should prioritize the accessibility of important content higher than other parts. So impact, it is how much a barrier affects your user goals. And it's not just user goals, it's really all stakeholder goals we're talking about here. Which parts of your site are high impact? You can consider, for example, what will the consequences be if the user isn't able to access the content? And of course, as usual, practicing empathy is going to help you figure out what's important here. The most used and most visible elements of the site, like the framework, if the header, the login functions, if those sorts of things aren't accessible, people won't be able to use the site at all. And the same goes for reusable components like modal windows or lightboxes, date pickers, all of these sorts of things. Then you have to consider the key paths that users take through your site. So it is actually the case that some people still search from the front page of Google. So this would be a key user goal for your site. You can think of this from a disaster management perspective. If everything were to go down, what would be the first thing that you'd need to get back up and running? And of course, check your site's statistics about popular pages. Important information about your site. And here we're talking GDPR statements, consent forms, and of course, accessibility statements. And now with the EU's Web Accessibility Directive, this is required to have both the feedback form and an accessibility statement that are usable and machine readable by people with disabilities. And really, any sort of feedback form should be prioritized because it is incredibly insulting to make it not only that your site is not accessible, but people can't report that your site is inaccessible. New content and features. We know that it's much more expensive to fix problems after release. And in the same way, you should be down prioritizing content that is slated for retirement. This is the website for Space Jam. It's been around since 1996 and has not been updated since that time. Now, there weren't very many of us who were interested in accessibility in 1996, but I'm guessing, based on the code I see here, the devs did not expect their site to be live still in 2019. Pragmatically, in general, prioritize information that you get complaints about, especially if you get a lot of complaints. And the same thing goes for lawsuits and other legal matters. This is the site of Scandinavian Airlines. They almost ended up having to pay fines of 15,000 euros a day for having an inaccessible site. And also you should bear in mind that content that you have to take offline because of legal reasons, if it's offline, it's clearly not accessible. Impact. As we talked about, it's about the importance of your site's content. But barriers are about user experience, how the user interacts with the site. So this image is of a puppy who is clearly experiencing a barrier from accessing the content that he is interested in. This puppy is experiencing a barrier. And the success criteria in WCAG are examples of potential barriers. If a component doesn't meet the success criteria, then it is a barrier to use. There are many factors that affect the level of a barrier. So how prevalent is a barrier? Are there many users who will be affected by the barrier? If so, it's a high barrier. So poor contrast, for example, is going to be a much higher barrier for your site's users than incorrect ARIA attributes. How much trouble does the barrier cause users? Is it just a minor inconvenience, or will there be catastrophic consequences? So if a user loses work because of an unexpectedly short timeout, that's a much higher barrier than if a skip link is broken. Is the problem persistent? If we don't fix it, is it going to continue to cause problems for users, or will the issue only cause problems once or twice? So a high persistence issue here would be text that's not resizable. That's always going to be a problem when people visit the site. But if you have, for example, confusing text on a form, in this particular case, Smashing Magazine says meow in instead of log in. This could be confusing for, it's confusing for probably everybody. But as soon as the user learns what that means, the issue is no longer a barrier. Workarounds and defense strategies. Do people know how to deal with a particular problem? And an example of this is people can overcome poor contrast by highlighting the text. But you can never assume that people actually know the defense strategy. Alternative ways of accessing the content. So if there's another way of accessing the content, it's less of a barrier. This screen cap here shows a loan calculator. And the slider might not work for people with motor difficulties, for example, but the user also has the opportunity to type in numbers and increment the number with plus and minus buttons. So when you consider the effect of all of these factors, you get an idea of how difficult it is for the user to access the content, how high the barrier is. We can look at critical issues first. These mean the page is totally unusable. They prevent users from using the page at all. We get a clue about what sorts of issues these are through WCAG's concept of non-interference. And this is the flashing content, for example, keyboard traps to where a user can navigate into content but not navigate back out. And also automatically playing content that would make it difficult for screen reader users to use any part of the page. Again, web pages cannot contain flashing content. This is a very critical barrier. An example of a problem here is a Pokemon episode from 1997 or so that had flashing content and actually sent around 700 kids in Japan to the hospital. So this is serious business. High barriers prevent users from understanding the content or performing critical tasks, and there's not a workaround. So here's a screen cap from Facebook. I actually gave this presentation for Facebook a couple weeks ago without, and they weren't able to figure out the issue here. I usually have people guess where the focus is, and nobody's ever gotten the answer right. It's in that little arrow in the upper right-hand corner. And for Facebook, it's really scary if you don't know where focus is, because you could be accidentally liking a racist uncle's post without realizing that's what's happening. Medium barriers. This can make things difficult to access or frustrating, or could require workaround. An example of this would be poorly written titles. This is a duplicate titles on the same site here. And when you have problems like this, it makes it difficult for the user to understand the structure of the site. So it's a medium level problem. It doesn't really block you from using things. Low barriers. You can access all of the content, but the user experience is not good. So here's an example of an alphabetical filter to jump over or to access all the content on the site. And there's a skip link here, but not only does it not work, it also has a horrible contrast of white text on pink. So you can still get to all the content, but it is really awful. What is not a barrier? If the issue doesn't affect the users, it is not a barrier, plain and simple. One example of this is code style. So you want to prioritize writing code that's accessible to screen readers over writing code that's readable by other devs. But much like Zoolander here, who is showing off his famous look blue steel, we developers can be very vain about our code style. And there are, of course, many, many reasons to make sure our code is readable, but we have to understand and remember why we're writing the code in the first place. It is for the users. So effort. How do we take into consideration the effort required to fix the issue? Here's another screen cap of our issue tracking system with some issues sorted by effort. We have to bear in mind, if nobody is available to do the work, or if nobody has the knowledge to do it, there is no point in prioritizing those issues. But if we have some capacity, we should be prioritizing quick wins, low effort features and fixes. Prioritizing those issues will bring us further along in providing a good user experience for everyone. And you should be sure to leverage the resources of your entire team. Usually we think about it's mostly the developers who are going to be fixing issues, but we have content issues, we have design issues. And in addition, when possible, you should farm out work to external resources. So instead of trying to do audio descriptions in-house, it might be faster and effectively cheaper to have an external firm do this work for you. So based on all these factors, impact, barrier, and effort, how do we actually figure out the order in which issues should be prioritized? In Jacob Nielsen's book, Prioritizing Web Accessibility, he uses a 100-point scale to rank issues. So he calculates the total severity score by multiplying the frequency rating by the impact rating, then multiplying that by the square root of the persistence rating, and then dividing that by the square root of 10. And this sort of formula, which is ostensibly related on this slide, it'll be familiar to anybody who's worked with risk management before. There's, of course, a time and a place to use this sort of formula, like if you're doing research or really detailed expert analyses. But this kind of model is way too complicated for everyday use. If you're only going to be making a fix or won't fix decision, there's no reason to be using any granularity more than fix or won't fix. Also take into consideration any time that you use making these calculations, doing these analyses, is taking away from time you can use to actually fix the problems. So rather than getting caught up in these nitty-gritty details, we have to keep it simple. So for most purposes, all we really need to do is a simple back of the napkin calculation to consider the severity of the impact of a problem on the user goals, the height of the barrier that users are experiencing in order to perform those goals, and then the effort it will take to fix the issue. So, how do we do this calculation? First of all, again, you don't want to hurt people with your site, so the highest priority should be to fix issues with flashing content. And this is, again, one of the rules for non-interference. The second factor you should consider is the impact of not fixing the problem. If the content or functionality is not important, it is not worth prioritizing resources to make it accessible. We want to prioritize parts of the site that have the most effect on the user's ability to accomplish their goals. And after impact comes barrier level. How difficult is it for users to access the content? How high is the barrier? And here we want to give weight to the other 3 rules for non-interference. Again, that's the rule for keyboard trap and also rules for not playing content automatically. Because if those rules aren't followed, you have a barrier that will block users from accessing any of the content on the page. So important to notice here is we're taking the impact on user goals into consideration before we take the level of the barrier into consideration. And the reason for this is because if we start with the barrier level, we risk getting really caught up in and spending a lot of time on difficult problems that don't necessarily have much impact. It doesn't make a ton of time spending time fixing screen reader issues, for example, if the content itself is not understandable. When we bring effort into the mix, we can see that it makes sense to prioritize quick wins on content that has a lot of impact. We're going to be working on those elements anyway. We're going to be getting into that code or that part of the design. So if we fix those issues at the same time as we're fixing other issues, we can minimize the number of times we have to go into that particular code. So really, you get more bang for the buck. So just to put everything together, and the point here is this is, again, a back of the napkin calculation. First and foremost, you fix the flashing content, and then you fix the rest of the critical barrier issues. And once again, low-hanging fruit, any sort of content that you can fix quickly without much effort. Then you can avoid revisiting those particular elements of the code again and again. Then we look at the high and medium impact content and fix issues with high barriers there. Then medium impact content, medium barrier issues, and so forth. And finally, of course, we have the goal of fixing as many things as possible. So then we look at the low impact issues, low impact content and low barrier issues. So let's look at a few examples to show how this might work. If we're looking at a hospital website, we have 2 different bugs. One of them is that the button for the main search in the header is not keyboard focusable. But we also have the problem that the contrast in the footer is lower than is required. So this one should be easy. When you're taking a look at the primary paths that people use to access functionality on your site, search, of course. The search in the header is the major way. We know that it's the major way that people access content. And we can also see from our user tests and our statistics that basically nobody scrolls down to the footer. Nobody uses those links. It's not going to have a huge effect on users' goals if we fix that. Barrier-wise, if the main search button isn't focusable with the keyboard interface, nobody using the keyboard, solely the keyboard, is going to be able to use that feature. And there's really not any other way around the issue. We can assume that if the devs have caused this problem, that they've probably also made it to where you can't use the enter button to search. For the low contrast in the footer, though, generally there's going to be other ways to access this content and defense strategies that people can use to improve the contrast. Fixing both of them, most likely it's going to be low effort. we can use CSS to fix the issue with the contrast, and if we use just a basic button element plus a bit of CSS, the button in the header is going to work. So in this case, I would definitely prioritize the search button in the header. Again, this is pretty easy. Accessibility issues that could affect users of an online newspaper. So we've got a keyboard trap on the front page, but we've also got flashing content on the About Us page. Impact-wise, the front page is the reason that people visit the website of the newspaper. It's a key path, it's the major user goal. Most likely, though, people are not going to bother to go to the About Us page. And we can see from our statistics, there's nobody visiting that page. So the impact on user goals there is going to be real low. Barrier-wise, however, the keyboard trap on the front page, it's, again, one of the non-interference success criteria, and if we don't fix it, users who navigate with the keyboard will not be able to use the front page. But again, the flashing content, it's another of the non-interference criteria, potentially harmful to users, and in this case, the barrier is absolutely critical. Effort-wise, it could potentially take a lot of work to fix the keyboard trap, but it most likely won't take a lot of effort to fix the flashing content. So in this case, we would definitely prioritize the flashing content first and foremost, but these are both non-interference issues, so we need to fix both ASAP. Another example, we have an insurance company website, and we've gotten some requests that people want a night mode. We're talking about a feature that's going to affect the entire site, which is to say that all of our user goals and stakeholder goals are going to be affected here. So this is really high impact content. But the barriers, we know from looking at our statistics that most people are using our site during the daytime. So this is not really a prevalent issue. Not a lot of people need to have a night mode for this. And for most people, it's going to be a nuisance more than an absolute catastrophe. And of course, the effort it takes to fix this is extremely high. It requires an entirely new design, an entirely new implementation, testing over and over again. We absolutely should not be prioritizing this feature. A sleep tracking app, however, night mode here, impact-wise, the user goal of a sleep tracking app is most likely to improve your sleep, and we know that blue light makes it much harder for people to sleep. The barriers users will experience if we don't offer this sort of feature is also very high. It's going to affect all of the users, and there's also not any alternative way to access this content. So this is a really high barrier to use. Effort is going to be the same as with the insurance company website, but when you take everything into consideration, we should really prioritize this feature up as high as possible. I would even argue that we shouldn't be releasing the app without a night mode. So, to summarize, if we lived in a perfect world, we would, of course, fix as many issues as possible, but we do not live in a perfect world. We have very limited resources. And how do we decide how we're going to use those resources to benefit the most people as possible? We really have to take an unsentimental look at the situation. And we have to remember that when we prioritize accessibility issues, we are actually showing the users consideration. This should not be a taboo subject. Some problems actually are worse than others. And of course, we have to consider what are we even capable of fixing. So when we make this sort of assessment, really back of the napkin kind of assessments, it's going to help us figure out where to apply our limited resources in order to get the most bang for the buck. And for those of us who work with accessibility, that's clearly our goal. So, thank you for listening. That's what I had. And also, thank you to the transcriptionist.
Yeah.
I talked Too far.
Andrew, thanks for the transcriptions. Just a few more minutes and then you can make lunch break as well. Sarah, thanks a lot. It was really interesting.
5 minutes for questions?
Yeah, we've got a couple of minutes for questions if you have some. Any questions? You're hungry, right? Okay. So if you, okay, there's one question.
Hi. Assuming from you work at a public institute, assuming you have to provide your user with a lot of information in a page, how do you manage the trade-off of having everything focusable, everything, for example, for a screen reader, and creating this flow of information that might actually hurt the user experience of a user with disabilities?
Anytime you're making these assessments, you also have to take the context into consideration. And we use statistics a lot to figure out which pages are most commonly used. But we also try and keep things as simple as possible so that we're less likely to have problems with screen readers, because we try and recommend to the developers not to use a lot of ARIA properties, because we know that the more ARIA, the more problems. So you really have to know your organization to figure out what you can fix, and also try and make it harder for people to, and here I mean make it harder for the designers and the content producers and the devs to make mistakes. So it's not, there is not any cut and dried answer, not to any of this.
Thank you.
Carl.
So, so in this scheme that you've come up with, all of the factors are sort of equally important as one another, right? So if you're measuring low, medium, and high for impact and barrier and effort, then each of them also sort of have the same weight. In other words, that the effort to do so is equal in importance to the user impact.
I've simplified things here a lot. It is definitely, things are definitely not the same weight. And again, it has to do with understanding your organization. Something that is really easy for some people in our organization to fix, I know other organizations don't really have any of that knowledge. So it's, we're not using that complicated equation. We can't make things too difficult for ourselves. It's really a lot of just trying to figure out what works best for your product and your users.
Any more? Oh.
Hi. I was wondering how you would factor in if the problem is related to a WCAG success criteria or not, because that's a common situation that you often get put in, that the problem that you know have an impact on the user is not actually covered by the WCAG.
I have to distinguish between speaking for myself versus speaking for my organization, because I do work in a public organization. I think the most important thing to keep in mind is the user experience. Accessibility is not the same thing as usability, and usability is not even the same thing as good user experience. We also know that it's really hard to meet all the different success criteria without things crashing. So even though technically, theoretically, it's in the law that we have to meet all those criteria, this is again a thing we have to prioritize. User experience is the alpha and omega. It's about the users. They're the one who have the answers.
Okay. If there are no questions anymore, I would like to invite you for a lunch. We're going to have a lunch. It's in the foyer, and we're going to meet back at 2 o'clock. Sarah, thanks a lot for this interesting stuff. Thanks a lot for listening. Thanks a lot for asking. So, grab a lunch, talk to each other, get in contact. See you back in 1 hour and 15 minutes.
I start, we can, can we check if it works?
1, 2, 3. I don't know if it works. Do you hear me? Yeah, it works. Okay.
Maybe you need to make it a little bit closer to your face.
Okay.
Maybe closer to this side. So maybe closer to this.
I like that.
I think you need to adjust yourself to make it.
Closer a little bit. Okay.
Can you speak a little bit louder?
Yes, I can speak a little bit louder, so I think it will be okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
this thing on? I think so. Hello. I don't know if everyone hears me. We would like to start again. So, everyone who is interested in implementing accessibility from the scratch in his work process should come to the atrium. Hello, hello. All right. Next up is Anna, and Anna is a developer at a company is basically into e-commerce stuff, as far as I know.
Do you hear me? Hello, do you hear me? It's okay with the check, okay?
Andrew is also back from the lunch break. Andrew, what did you have for lunch today? Yesterday was lasagna. I had a sleep for lunch today. This is a really, really good idea. Okay, glad you're back again. Anna is working as a front-end developer, and I think a couple of years ago she started getting into accessibility stuff, and she was basically the only one in her company who was really interested in that. And as far as I understood you, your company now is really, all of your team is into accessibility, and this is kind of what you made possible, right?
Yes.
So Anna will tell us about her story of getting into accessibility and bringing it to her whole team. It's going to be really interesting. Anna.
Hi, how are you? So, let's start. My name is Ania Karoń. I'm a front-end developer at Snowdog. It's an e-commerce software house. And today I want to share my story, how I started to work on web accessibility and how I've implemented it in our company workflow. It was really exciting journey. It is really exciting journey with full of new experience, but it requests some effort, and it had really difficult moment, especially from the beginning. So I thought that it could be maybe helpful for some of you who are working on the same topic in your companies. So let's start from the very beginning. So when I started to learn coding and creating web pages, I quickly noticed that the whole web world and the front-end world, it's like a cosmic universe who's really rich, really rich, and it doesn't stop expanding. And there's always something new that we can learn. So when I first heard about accessibility, I was like, what is it, accessibility? Some ARIA attributes that you can add manually? Come on, it's really needed. Come on, please. But in 2017, coincidence caused that my point of view changed. And it was 3 incidents that caused it, in fact. So first of all, it was an invisible exhibition in Warsaw. It's an interactive journey into the invisible world where you can try out how to cope in everyday situation without the help of sight, only by its sense of hearing, smell, balance. And after the main part of this exhibition, the guide who was a low vision person, he asked us, how do you think we use computers? And for me it was like, I heard about it. It is some program that read the web content for you. Yes, it's a screen reader. And he showed us how he uses it daily. So it was the first event that I started to think how my front-end work, how my code influence other people's life, daily life sometimes, and why accessibility really matters. And not so long after this event, there was the second event. Magento meetup in Poznań. It was in May near the Global Accessibility Awareness Day, and it was a small talk about accessibility, and also Mr. Henrik was invited. Mr. Henrik is a low vision person who showed us how he used different devices to reach the web content. And I was really curious. I started to ask questions and talk with him. And here the third incident is like opportunity that I had. My CEO, he noticed my curiosity, and directly after this event, he asked me, Anna, maybe you would like to take care about accessibility in our company, in our project. And I thought, wow, great, it's a great opportunity. Yes, sure, it's a great idea. I'm in it. So I started, and I started to reading, learning, Googling, reading, learning, Googling, and when I noticed how much I have to do, I was like, oh my God, it really blew my mind. It's not possible. It's mission impossible for one person. But challenge was accepted, so I decided that I would at least try to do it. So, what we have to deal with? We have a medium company. Medium, and I mean, it's not a small company that we work with the 5 people on the one project and we set up on one meeting, like, okay, we change our procedure. No. But it's not also like a huge corporation with the thousands of employees and a really complex and complicated procedure. Medium company, I mean, it's about 30, 60 projects, about 40, 100 employees. Yeah, and we also work on the different project. We sometimes build something from scratch. We have also maintained project that sometimes we have to struggle with the legacy code. And we have different requirements for this project. And also, we work with the different clients. So clients from the different countries where we have different law according to accessibility, with the different business field and different budgets. So big, small projects, depends. Different project, different requirements. So how to start? First of all, let's define our goals. There's short-term and long-terms. We want to implement accessibility in the development workflow and care about it in our daily work. So it's our main goal. To do it, we have to show what Ali is and why it matters. And it's a short-term goal because we have to do it on the beginning. And next, we have to share our knowledge. It's a short and long-term goal because the main work is on the beginning of this process, but it continues. We will share our knowledge all the time. So already we have a plan. Great, we can start. What else we have to know on the beginning? Defining our enemies. So what can be an obstacle when we want to implement something new in our workflow? We have to change people's habits. We have to change or add some procedures. So for every implementation we need the time. And time, it's our working hours. So we also need money. And basically we have 2 opportunities here. We can do it like outsourcing. So we can we can ask some external company to help. And this time you have like less time, probably more money. And the other opportunity is to do it by ourselves inside our company. It takes more time, but probably less money because we are paying only for the time that we spend on it. What is really important here, it's good to have our head support, so our management, lead, CEO, because they are those who give us the money for it. So let's look at the web project workflow. Web project, I mean, it could be website, online store, some web app, also mobile app. Also Internet of Things solution or innovative solution connected with the web. So let's check the process. On the beginning, we have some request, quote. So the web solution is needed. Or maybe some new feature is needed if we talk about a maintaining project. This quote go to the project management state. Here, project manager or product owner do some research of the implementation, negotiate with client, do also some estimations and plans. Then, when this is accepted, we go to the next stage. We work on the design and UX experience, user experience. Next, we work on the code. Then, we should test our features. And next stage is like project manager should check if what we have done it's consistent with client's request. And finally, it should be accepted by the client. And from my perspective, I know that the communication is all between all the stages. So project manager talk with everybody, and we share our experience working on the project with each other. So to make an accessible solution, we for sure need the accessible design. We also need an accessible code. And the feature and elements should be well tested. So for sure, we need this accessibility implementation on those 3 stages. But it's not sufficient. We also need the support from the project manager, because accessibility should be also taken into account during estimation and plans. And where to start? So first of all, we have to, before we start from stage, we have to be aware that we have to implement and work with all the people in our company on each level. And in my opinion, the least impact on web accessibility have backend developers, but we cannot say it's none. But for example, performers or quality connection, it also could be an accessibility feature. For example, in this area where internet is really expensive. So, where to start? We might think that we have to start from the beginning, so the project managers. But please remember about our enemies, time and money. If all project managers start to require accessibility feature at once in whole the project, it will be a little bit chaotic, so we spend a lot of money and time to implement it, the estimation, that could not go so well. So it's not a good point. So we need the accessible code. So let's start from the front-end developers and let's show how to build accessibility features. But it's not exactly the point, because even if a front-end developer start to work on it and know how to build accessibility features, and he will work on inaccessible design, he could be really easy frustrating and lose the willingness to work on it. So the best point to start is from designers and UX designers. So if they create some layouts for us and it will be accessible with the color contrast, sizes, spacing, etc., we easily can work with front-end developers. And on these stages, also after first implementation, we can work simultaneously. Then we should work with project manager to start to implementing in the process, taking in the estimation and plan, and then with testers. In my opinion, it's the best order, and I try to implement, to talk with different stages, and when I start from the design, it will the point that it goes further. What about the client? So the client should be aware why he pays for accessibility features. And in my opinion, on the beginning, it's a project manager task to convince him. But if accessibility is a default feature of our project, we don't have to convince the client. We just offer an accessible solution. So, problem solved. So we know where to start, so now how to start. My proposition is, talk about it. Talk about web accessibility. Talk about it in your company. Let people in your company know what you are working on. Let people in your company know what you are, developing. So share the knowledge. Talk about with your team in the couloir, during the small talk in the kitchen. Just announce that there's something like web accessibility and you work on it. Also, giving presentation, internal or external, helps a lot, because during preparing the presentation, you also prepare your detailed discourse about it, so it's easier to talk about it after all. You have strong argumentation, you have some data as your arguments, it's good. But as we know, talk it's not enough. We have to work. So how I started? First of all, I started my regular learning. So I decided to spend half a day, or maybe, if it would be possible, whole day, a week, to learn accessibility. On the beginning, learn, after all, implement. So preparing some tools, working on it in the company, etc. And it's important because accessibility is not my full-time task to do. I'm a front-end dev. I have to write code for our project. I have a lot of other responsibilities. And without this plan that I have in my mind, that I have to focus some time every week on it, I would probably fail. But so it's really important. What else can we do? Prepare and share learning resources for your company. If you are learning, you really know which are really good links to share, where are good materials, some video from the conferences, some articles about accessibility. So write it down and share with your people. How you can share it? Share this basic knowledge in some official source. For example, in your company documentation. Do the checklists, split it for the stages, split it for prepare separate for project managers, for designers, for developers. Work on it with them. What else? Prepare and share tools. It's really important. Tools like Wave, like Axcore, like Chromevox. It's really important to show how to use it. We use Wave plugin, like browser plugin, and Axcore browser plugin to check the accessibility issue on our sites. And I show our front-end developers how to use it. Chromevox, it's a good alternative for people who don't use screen readers. You know, when the developer hear that he has to use screen readers, like, what? I don't want to do it. I don't know something speaking to me. I don't understand it. So, and sometimes we have also the problem with the system, for example, on Linux. So it's a good opportunity. It's a browser's plugin also. So it's a good opportunity. It's great for testing purposes. What with these tools? If you already know these tools, do some automatic tests and integrate it in your developer tools, in the continuous integration process. Because it's really easier to check one error in your console, some warning, and fix it, that play with additional tools, check it externally, etc. And moreover, it's also easier to require this fix in the code review, for example, when you see the log in the console that, hello, something is wrong, okay, check it like the lints from style lints or JavaScript lints. It's a really good idea. Use also the self-development time to learn and share knowledge. In our company, there's something like team days. So it's a time once every 2 weeks or once a month that we can spend time whole day, not on the client's project, but on our self-development. So we are learning new technologies, we are sharing with our front-end team. And from the beginning, I use the small meetings to talking about accessibility. Hey, did you hear about something like this? Hey, I have new testing tools. Hey, I have something. And this step by step, I just started to prepare my front-end team to go into accessibility features. Here we have another point. It's an open source project to learn and practice. There are two reasons of this. We're creating something that like alpaca web front-end solution. We like the animals' names, so sorry about that, but we think it's fun. And what is alpaca? I would like to show you. So first of all, we have two open source repository. One with team we work generally with Magento. So it's the solution, the whole solution from front-end Magento. It's a theme, so the template. Here we have the components, and it's the most interesting part also for you because it's not directly connected with Magento. It's the base of front-end components, UI component, gather in some groups from really basic to more e-commerce. And in more complicated one, more complex one, we also implement because I didn't do it by myself, like accessibility nodes. And why it's so important for us now? Because we use it as a base of knowledge for us. We inherit our clients' team from it. So this template, this theme, it's already accessible. Not perfect, not fully, but we can make an order using screen reader or keyboard. And working on it, working on the new components, we can check the code in our basic knowledge, in our base components Alpaca, and check, okay, it should be accessible, I implemented accessibility that way, okay, great, I copied the code, I customize it, and it's accessible, great component, no problem. And it's the same with the whole templates for our online stores that we build for clients. And it's a good option for the base of components, accessible components, but it's also the other hand. It's really hard to start implementing full accessibility in the client's project. I show you why. We did it. We have the first request about it. First request about, okay, our US client wanted to have accessible store because he was afraid of the ADA lawsuits. Okay, no problem, I'm on it. I was so happy to do it. And we do the audit. We did the audit. It was some artistic furniture website store with the really small fonts and the really minimalistic layout, the design. So we had to do the design refactor. Later, we start working to refactor code globals and headers refactor, and then we go through each store view, product page, catalog page, login page, etc., etc. So it was the maintained project, so it has some old legacy code not accessible. And it took us 360 hours spent on full implementation. I don't know if it's a lot of or no. I thought it would be a little bit less. But okay, it was our first project, and we have already some practice in our internal open source project. So think about the practice implementation to not overclose the client's project. But now, this project is our client's project is compile level WCAG AA. So it was great success, besides maybe a little bit overestimation. What else you can do? You can also organize some meetings, presentation, and workshop internally for your colleagues. What I did for all this time, I organized Global Accessibility Awareness Day. First presentation was really generally, what is accessibility, why it matters. I talked with my CEO and decided, okay, please let them one day, if they don't have high priority task, to spend for learning and reading about accessibility. I will prepare presentation, I will prepare all the learning resources, etc. Please give me just one day. She said, okay, no problem. So we did it last year. I also prepared presentation for designers to present the checklist, how they could work with the design. Then I I did the workshop for front end. So we are working on this Alpaca project. We start from the auditing. I show them how to audit, how to check the accessibility issue in our projects. I split the views for the different front end, and we whole day was working on it. And after this day, we created an issue on GitHub, and we step by step started to fixing this issue. Not in one day, but after next month, next meetings. I also did a presentation for PMs this year on the beginning. So how they could work with the client, what is the testing strategy, how they could convince him, how the client, how they can estimate it and take it like this accessibility stuff into whole project implementation plans. And last thing I've done, and in my opinion it was really great success, it was user testing workshops this year on Global Accessibility Awareness Day in May. You can also read about this on the Medium, our blog post. It was a great success because I invited our tester, Przemek, who is a blind person, to show how he tests, how he uses online stores. And he asked me in the beginning, but I can test with the headphones, yeah? I said, no, please, no, don't do it. I would like to show people, show my colleagues how you work with it. And we did it. And it was like eye-opening event for my colleagues. I had two goals when I thinking about this. First of all, I wanted to check my projects. So I wanted to check that what we are doing in the company on web accessibility is in good direction, because I think it's not the same like me checking with the screen reader and really user with vision impairment who can check it and test it. And yeah, and then my second goal, it was to show my team how product that they developed are used by the impaired users. And it was really, I think the level of the empathy in my team like grew in one day like 100% or something. I had the great feedback also, and details you can find also in the article. I will share the link later on. So you can also do some external presentation during meetups, local meetups, conferences, small conferences. It's also good to, it shows that the topic is important, that you can go outside of the company with it, and then it's important also for you. What is important along the way of this implementation process? So first of all, it's a process. It's really important to remember about it, because it's not a, to see first results, it took me like 1.5 years to see the small results in our work. So you have to be motivated, like it was like the results won't be like after 1 month or something. It wasn't like at all. We cannot switch on accessibility in our whole development process. It is a process and it takes time. So do it step by step, and remember that even small changes matter, because even small changes can influence conversion. So, for example, we're working on some clients project, and we see that it's awful, like regarding accessibility, like there's any feature. So maybe full implementation on accessibility on the level WCAG AA, it takes 300, 400 hours, and we don't have money for it. The clients that doesn't have money for it. So we can maybe do some small steps. So add the labels to the button or to the icon buttons. So maybe all the alternative text for images. So maybe check the heading order. Some small that could really help and improve conversion. Remember also about priorities, because we know that accessibility matters, and maybe for us it's the most important stuff in the process, but it's not. Especially sometimes when, for example, production is down, where the payment fails. So really, client doesn't matter about accessibility. And when all the links are red and we are like cannot connect to the checkout process, and we say, hello, maybe we'll do this page more accessible. So what do you think? It's not the case for it. So remember, it is important, and we have to think about it, but don't push it like it's something the most important. Remember about it, because it's like the process has some priorities. Also find accessibility friends in your team. because we have different preferences. Some people will be more interested in this topic, some of them less, and focus on the beginning on them who find it more interesting, because they will learn faster and they can help you in the near future with the implementation. For example, in the code review. It's also important. Team support and CEO support is also something without I think I could handle it without this, because when people in my team notice that I'm on this subject and I'm going with some presentations, something, they start to help me with it. Not all of them, but some of them. When I was looking for a tester, it was also important because I don't have like more social media skills, and I start looking for the tester. It's like I failed, and I go to my colleague, please, you are so good at this Facebook thing and this other like Instagram or something, please help me. Okay, no problem, I find some person, and after 3 days I had like list of 5 persons who are interested in the testing our solution. So this team support and the CEO support who really gives the money for it, it's really important. And like accessibility is more like company culture. So if it's already implemented a little bit, people like change their mindset and they really start to thinking about it, even there is no budget for it. They start, oh, maybe this feature, oh, I see that sometimes doing a code review and we don't have, like, our code review is not passed when, for example, the icon have some role image or role presentation, and I see that it's really evolving with time. And it has to be like that, like without this thinking about accessibility, it's not possible to use it and to have it in the whole workflow. What else? Be understanding. Understand those who are less interested in this area, give them more time, don't push, don't impose. Be supportive, so you have already some knowledge, share it with your team. Be patient. It really takes time, a lot of time sometimes. If you had less time for regular working on it, it takes even more time. Be interesting. So focus on interesting advantages of it and implementation, like or Internet of Things, machine learning, artificial intelligence cases. Something will attract your colleagues. And yeah, it's like whole the process looks like this, and there are more tips. And let's quickly go through the results. So results in project. We have already accessibility in our open source project that we use in our clients project. We have already implemented in the clients project, so we know what it is more or less. We have already accessible designs because our designs already know how to build it. We have user testing and we cooperate with tester. And it's work in progress things. We have a next open source Magento 2 front-end UR components team that we work on, and it will be published and will be open source, published on the GitHub until the end of the year, I think, and will be like Alpaca 2.0, like a little bit better. And accessibility is like default requirement in this team, in this template. Our result in team. So I had a great team support really, and it's important. It was important along the way. We have already like accessibility culture in the company on the every stage that people think about it. And we also have accessibility implementation in code review and in future daily work. Additional effects, like a little bit personal for me. I had a lot of travels and I met a lot of people. Along the way, I go to a lot of conferences, meetings, I search different opportunities, I try different things, even if it was a failure. But it was important. And also the harmony, I found it between the technical world and the users that I work for, because I don't have a technical background like like for studies or something. So it was also important to me. And like more front-end additional effect, I create the accessibility audit template. It's a free and published website, web app, which helps to prepare accessibility audit and to export it for the client. So it was the 2.5 years of my accessibility work, and I'm waiting for more. And what I can, like, last advice for you, talk about it. If you really believe what you are talking about, people will believe you. So thank you very much. And if we have some time for question.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you have some questions.
Who's got questions? We've got at least 5 minutes or 10 minutes maybe. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your insight. It was super interesting, great talk. I'd like to ask you, we've already implemented in our CI, but we felt like this measurement alone, this is a metric alone, is not enough, and we wanted to find a way to find a metric out of user testing. Do you have some experience with that? Could you share some insight?
Yeah, so like my first first advice to start with user testing and show it to your manager and to your colleagues. So do like testing tests, like invite the people with disabilities and show how this person cooperate with and work with your project. It's really, for me, it was like a lot of people comes for this presentation, internal presentation, and after I was like, whoa, Anna, it's impressive. How he can understand the screen readers. It speaks so fast, etc. It's you know, it's impossible to understand, and really it's an eye-opening because like really individual presentation. Hi, it's the guy, and he will test your project. Check he can do it or not, because it's like we had talk before lunch in foyer, and somebody talking. Show that person is, for example, excluded. So this is your website, this is your page that you have built, and it's inclusive and accessible for all, but not for him. It's, you know, it's a little bit embarrassing, and this experience can really influence that we will have some money for do the user testing regularly.
Any more questions? Oh, it's getting more. I'm beginning from the front and walking through the back, okay?
Yeah, thank you. I enjoyed that you are open sourcing your work for Magento. What are the reactions in the Magento community?
So it was positive, because first time when I go to Magento community with this topic, it was on September 2017 with small, because Snowdog organized a Meet Magento conference. So during it, I have like, okay, Anna, go and talk about accessibility. And I decided, okay, why not? And I show on the blank Magento team, I show the screen reader, how it works, and when it doesn't work. And Magento, I have the really positive feedback that it's important stuff, that we have to care about this, that we have to improve it. And in fact, their templates, the basic Magento template, are more or less accessible. So it's not that they omit this topic absolutely.
Who was next?
Thank you, Anna. In the workflow you showed, there's design, UX design, development, project management, and testing. Where is the content?
The content, yeah, it's important. I've a little bit omitted it because in the content is working like UX designer working on content in our workflow. So it's the client who prepare the documents, some text or presentation, and the images, and the UX designers like check if it's accessible, if it's usable for the first place, of course. So it's also in this testing stage, but do with the help of UX designers. I suppose that in the more complex, on the bigger company like corporation, it's could be a little bit other workflow for it.
Thank you for everything you've taught us. With a limited budget, how do you make sure you meet every country's legal requirements for accessibility?
It's not so easy. I also was learning about it. I gathered the information about different country. I did some online courses that also have information, had information about it. But it's something like, we are forced sometimes by the client to make any solution. And indeed, it's a client responsibility to think about the law in this case. We can help him. I, for example, say that, okay, it's not accessible, and remember about this law, and this law, because you can have some problems. But it's client's decision, final decision, if he takes it into account or not. But I was learning about it. Yes, it's complex.
Any more questions? Okay. Ooh.
Hello, thank you again for the presentation. Just a curiosity question. Do you do, what methodology do you use, Agile or?
No, we don't do project methodology we try. What I know, we tried some Agile and Scrum, but it wasn't our case. So we just do our methodology, not named. So we are working. We have also from the Scrum, we get weekly meetings about the project, so we talk about it every week or in the regular meeting. We have also the teams meeting, like a front-end, back-end, PMs team to cooperate and share knowledge with each other and share experience. But I don't know the name of the methodology that we use, unfortunately, sorry.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you so much for the presentation. My question is, how do you measure accessibility and how do you sell that as a service to your clients?
So measure, I do the auditing on the first time, we check all the feature. We have the automatic tests, but we know that there is no possible, so we check it sometimes with testers, sometimes with developers. We test if it's accessible or not. And based on our experience, we try to estimate how time will take to implement and to fix this issue. It's complicated, especially on the some views in the online store, because some forms are really simple, but for example, the checkout process in Magento, it's complicated from the technology point, and it's really hard to make changes there, changes that we would require also for accessibility reason. So it's a little bit tricky with estimation, but each implementation and each estimation teach us how to do it properly.
Cool. Okay, thank you.
Right. There was a lot of questions. Thank you very much for the talk, Anna. It was really nice. So, applause for Anna.
Thank you.
And we'll have another 15 minutes break before we meet Andreas. Jem, maybe could you switch the laptop? For the last talk, actually. And I didn't tell this in the morning. After Andreas' talk, we are going to have another break, but then we're going to have a little discussion panel on this stage. So this is the final session then, and we're going to meet back all in this room. But before that, we're going to listen to Andreas. So meet back here at 15 o'clock.
Vuelvo a repetir, saltaré la nieve en derredor. más de ti, un minuto de ti, te seguiré. Si pudiera demostrar lo que siento de verdad, promesas sin realidad. No me digas nunca más que es sencillo olvidar. No puedo, no sé mentir. Historias de amor, ojos que miran con ilusión, pasiones vividas entre los dos, imposibles de borrar. Historias de amor, ojos que miran con ilusión, pasiones vividas entre los dos, imposibles de borrar. Historias de amor.
You want me to speak? Yeah. I can hear myself.
Hoy me he vuelto a despertar. Son tus besos algo más. Te llevo dentro de mí. Tengo mucho que
Set it in the belt instead. Sorry.
oigo voces sin razón. No sé,
Yeah.
vivir sin ti.
Great. Now it's on.
Historias de amor,
Yeah.
ojos que miran con ilusión, pasiones vividas entre los dos, imposibles de borrar. Historias de amor, ojos que miran con ilusión, pasiones vividas entre los dos, noches sin dormir, porque una frase de tu boca quiero escuchar. Dime que me quieres. Dime que me quieres. Ahora estoy triste y necesito saber si tú me quieres de verdad como ayer. Aunque parezca tanto, voy a pedirte que me lo repitas una vez y otra vez. Dime que me quieres. Dime que me quieres. Me costó mucho y al final decidí ir a tu casa y ahora estoy frente a ti. Quiero escucharlo y no me importa rogarte. Por favor, no juegues con mi corazón. Hay una cosa que te quiero decir, que es importante al menos para mí. Son dos palabras para hacerme feliz. Dímelo al oído una vez y otra vez. Dime que me quieres. Dime que me quieres.
CD.
So hello, welcome back again. This is going to be the last session, the last presentation, I should say. We're welcoming on stage Andreas from Sweden. And Andreas is working in the accessibility field for quite a long time. He's been involved in a lot of, for example, he was involved in the translation of the WCAG into Swedish, as far as I know. He's running a company in Sweden, and he's working on a high level. And I think he's talking about how to succeed with web accessibility in large organizations, and especially I think there will be some information about the new legislative developments that's coming up in the coming up years. So Andreas, welcome on stage.
Thank you. Yeah, you can hear me. I can hear me, so you can hear me. Thank you. You can download the presentation if you want to. There is a QR code here. Just take a snapshot of it and you will arrive at the presentation in my Dropbox. Yeah, I'm actually going to talk about how to kickstart the accessibility work in large organizations. So, and when I talk about large organizations, I mean like agencies, municipalities, multinational corporations with thousands of employees. So that's the scale, or that's the type of organization I want to talk to you about. But even if you don't working with those type of customers or in those type of organizations, I hope that some of the things that I will talk to you about may be useful for you anyway. So why am I here? Why is this a topic? Why do I think that we need to address this? Well, the reality that I face often, I work with accessibility for more than 15 years, and often what happens is that someone in an agency or municipality or corporation calls us. I get there, they want me to do an accessibility evaluation, or they want me to do a training or something. But it's almost always one person in that organization that has seen that, oh yeah, this accessibility thing, that seems to be quite important. I want my organization to work with accessibility. But one person in an organization with thousands of people can't influence the entire organization. It's like having a tugboat trying to move an iceberg the size of Belgium. It won't work. In the end, the tugboat will break down and sink. And that's what's actually seen happen to people that we worked with. They actually get sick. They try to make the organization shift focus and start working with accessibility, but they don't manage to get through. So what you actually need is a lot of accessibility advocates around the organization. And the situation I meet is that there is one or a few persons that know something about accessibility, but we need hundreds of people in the organization that have accessibility on their mind. Like Anna said, what we want is people to talk accessibility on the coffee breaks, in the corridors. We want them to think accessibility. I'm not that concerned with the knowledge among these people. They don't need to be experts in accessibility, but I want people in the organization to ask themselves on a daily basis, is this accessible? Is this accessible? Because if they start to query if things are accessible, they will ask questions. They will keep this accessibility team on the horizon of people in the organization. And that's the only way to actually get the culture in the organization to shift. Because this is, we talked about this in one of the sessions earlier, this is not only a question about skills, this is a question about about a cultural shift. We need an accessibility culture. We need people to question if not only websites and e-services are accessible, but if the work environment is accessible, if the customer support is accessible, if the corridors themselves are accessible. We need them to think accessibility. We have to get them to get the accessibility virus. So that's the mission, really, to move from one person advocating for accessibility to a lot of persons across the entire company. Now, I have bad news for you. Not everyone likes accessibility. Not everyone cares. And they shouldn't have to care. They should do it anyway. We can't make the whole world love accessibility and want to explore the terrific world of accessibility. I think they are mad, of course, but we can't force them, and we shouldn't force them. But we should force everyone to do what's necessary to create solutions that have a high level of quality. And a high level of quality means that it should be accessible. And this is nothing strange, really. There is a lot. They have to create secure solutions. So why don't they have to create accessible solutions? So this is what we want to do. Now, so like I said, I often meet in organizations with thousands of employees, but where there is one person that thinks that, yeah, accessibility, we need to work with that. And of course, if that person quits his job or her job, or if he gets sick or anything, then everything that has with accessibility is lost in that organization. These people often don't have any power within the organization. They have a mission. They want to work with accessibility, and they can tell people that you should do it this way, but they don't have any power to enforce it. They don't have any time either, because they often work with other things. They don't have any budget for this. So they try to do this beside working with something else. And often they work project orientated. So like a big company has e-commerce, developing new websites for a new market or a new web app or so on. These people can find these projects and nestle their way in and work in the project. But the problem is that even if they work in a project, I mean, it's the right way to do it. You should work with the projects. You should work with the new development. That's the way to do it. But if you are alone and you're working in one project, at the same time you're working in that project, 3 other projects will succeed in launching inaccessible content. So there is no bird's eye perspective of the organization. These people are only focused on one project at a time. So in the end, this won't work. It will be better than if we don't work with accessibility, but one person can't make this whole iceberg of an organization to shift focus. So we got an idea. I realized that not everyone knows about the Web Accessibility Directive. Unfortunately, I didn't put a whole lot of content about the Web Accessibility Directive in the presentation. I assume that everyone knows about this magnificent thing called the Web Accessibility Directive. But in short, it means that all public sector bodies, websites and applications and intranets in the whole of EU and Norway should be accessible by the 23rd next year. Or this year, I think, really. New sites is, yeah, sorry. Doesn't matter, really. But they should be accessible. And we're talking about, let's say, 720,000 websites, I think the EU Commission told us. I think that's an understatement. I think it's more than 1 million websites, really. But it's a whole lot of websites that needs to be accessible. And as someone else mentioned earlier, this is not just a legislation, because we have other legislations in Europe as well. We have procurement legislation that forces public sector to buy accessible solutions. But they don't understand what an accessible solution is, and the suppliers don't understand it and don't meet the requirements. But with the Web Accessibility Directive, you have to put an accessibility statement on your website, and every country needs to measure the accessibility on a fixed number of websites each year and report to the Commission. And if a country doesn't do this, then the Commission can say you have to pay a fine. And if in the national legislations, there is often the enforcement with fines if you don't do this work. So here is a control mechanism that makes it possible to enforce this legislation, and that's a great thing. And also we have had a GDPR debate and the legislation for GDPR, and all the lawyers in Europe right now, they are on edge because they know that the GDPR would be very expensive. So I think this will also be very expensive. So we have a golden opportunity right now to make organizations understand that they need to work with accessibility. And we use this because in order to move from one individual to 10 or hundreds of individuals that are accessibility advocates around the organization, we need power. I'm sorry, we can work from the grassroots level as much as we want to, but if you have an organization with 27,000 employees, like one of the ones I'm working with right now, you will have a very, very, very difficult time to get enough people to understand it on a grassroots level to actually make the whole organization shift focus. But if we have power, if we have the top management with us, then we can make a change. So one key element here is to educate top management in the organization. And this can be very, very difficult. We can talk a whole day about how to do this. And I think you really need to tailor this for each individual organization. It might be enough with 15 minutes. I actually have a customer, a large bank, a Swedish bank, that my contact, he got only 15 minutes with the top management, but he managed to convince them that this is something that they need to take seriously. So you need these 15 minutes or half an hour or half a day if you can get. And you have to educate them about accessibility. What's the legislation? Why to do it? Why is it good for the economy of the company or the municipality or the agency to do this? What risks are there if you don't work with accessibility? And also what's important for them to know is about the subject, the matter of the subject, because accessibility isn't just a feature. You know that, I know that, but they don't know it. They think that they can buy an accessibility tool or like a screwdriver or something and then fix everything with it. They can't. Accessibility have to be a cultural shift within the organization, and they need to understand how this is, why this is. And then you have to get some power from the management and some budget to work with this. If you don't have this, this is very difficult. I won't understate that. I can't understate that. This is very difficult, but you need it to really succeed in really large companies. Microsoft, for example, I did some work with Microsoft a few years ago, and they told me that this is an issue on the top level management. Every month there is a report point on the agenda about accessibility. And when you get it on that level, then you can really make things happen. The next step, after you get the top management on board, you need to create an in-house expert team with at least 2 persons. That's not a lot of persons, but you need more than one, because if you have one person and that person gets sick or leaves, then you're on your own again. Also, you should have one lawyer connected to this team, because you need someone to understand the procurement legislation, the legislation in different countries, depending on what you are doing in the company or what the responsibility of the agency is. You need a lawyer to understand what accessibility is, why accessibility is important for that organization. Then you have to have a budget. And you have to have a budget. What you have to do is very different in different organizations. But like Anna said, you have to document what you're doing. You have to create a Slack channel with the tips and tricks. You have to save tools that are important. You have to work with accessibility, and you have to work with user groups. You have to set up contact ways to get a hold of users with disabilities to have in user testing and so on. So there's a lot of things that an accessibility team within the organization needs to work with. Of course, you know all this, so I haven't plan to talk a whole lot of it, but you need an internal expert team, because you can't expect everyone in the organization to be fluent in accessibility. They aren't accessibility experts, and most of them will never be accessibility experts, but they need to know that accessibility is important, and they need good support ways internally to get help to make accessible solutions. What we then do is that we need to distribute the responsibility. This isn't one person's responsibility. It's every person's responsibility to work with accessibility. And we do this by raising awareness. And we do this now with the Web Accessibility Directive, because the Web Accessibility Directive states that all public organizations need to know how accessible all their interfaces are, and they need to put an accessibility statement on every interface. So in most of the organizations we work with, they have no idea. They even don't have a collective idea of how many websites they have. So the first thing we start with is to say, okay, what websites and apps and e-services do we have? And for a typical municipality in Sweden, that is often more than 70 individual websites and e-services. So if you have 70 websites and you need to know how accessible they are, you can buy an accessibility audit from me, for example, for each and one of them. I will charge roughly 10,000 euro each. I will be rich. And very, very bored, measuring contrasts on 70 individual websites just to understand, just to see that they don't measure up. This is, of course, not possible. No organization we work with want to spend that kind of money to let someone do audits of their websites. So we start by seeing how many websites do we have, what websites do we have, we prioritize them, which one is most important, and a falling scale where there are some interfaces that we can say that, okay, let's just close this interface. It's old, no one uses it, so why do we have it? So we prioritize. Then we look up who's responsible for each and every one of these different interfaces. Take a municipality, for example. There's often one system owner for each individual interface. So we might have 50 or 70 different persons across the organization that are responsible for one or two interfaces. And this is great news, because now we have someone that's responsible, and we have a legislation that says that they need to know how accessible their interfaces are. Let's use this. So we're doing evaluations, or first we do training, and then we do evaluations, and we let the system owners do the evaluation. Okay, hold on here. I know what you're thinking. And actually there is some support in research that I'm mad and I'm an idiot. Yeah, I know, but bear with me here. So they get to do an audit themselves, with support, of course, of the accessibility group in-house and support from experts like us. We walk through the results together to see how good is the result, or more often how bad is the result, how awful is the situation for the poor users. And we create an action plan, and we create an accessibility statement. And the thing here is that we do things together. So we involve the system owners to do the evaluations themselves. What this creates is an awareness among a lot of people across the organization. What is accessibility? They don't become experts, of course, but they start to learn some things that they can check the next time they buy something, or the next time they develop a new interface. If we have, let's say, 50 requirements, they might remember 5 of them, and that's often enough to tell the developers that they need really to make an effort to make it accessible. Also, we take we use technology to help us in this work. So we use a tool, we developed a tool to our help, because we need something where we can cooperate with system owners, people that often don't have any idea about accessibility, often don't have any idea of what HTML looks like. This is people that we want to involve in the accessibility audit. It's crazy, but it's true. So we have an interface. We have created our own checklist that's written in a much easier way than the WCAG. The Web Content Accessibility Guidelines are great in many ways, but they aren't great if you want to read them and if you don't know accessibility on forehand. So we have created our interpretation of the guidelines with more hands-on implementation techniques rather than the guidelines. And then we have an automatic tool that helps us in the evaluation, that gives the system owners a kickstart in working with the protocols. So combining automatic testing with guided manual testing, the system owners get to create their own protocols. So what happens is that the expert team, they start off, they set up an automatic test of the interface in question. You don't have to see the image, you don't have to understand the image, but it's a lot of tests being done on a few pages here. And then they go through the result, they clean it from everything that is false positives, because if you know a little bit about automatic testing, you know you can't verify that a website is accessible by doing an automatic testing, but you can get help from an automatic tool to see that there are some issues, that there are some potential issues that might be an accessibility problem. And in most cases, that's true, that is an accessibility problem. In some situation, it's not true. It might not be an accessibility problem, and you want to clean that from the results. So the expert team go through the results from the automatic tool, cleans it from false positives, and sets up a protocol based on that data. Then we have the training with the system owners. We walk through a protocol talking about accessibility, teaching them why accessibility is important and what it really means. They get to work with the protocols. We have some workshops where they can come and get help, and we can discuss different problems. And they have some guidelines in the protocol to help them understand how to check for things. And they get the automatic results as well. And the accessibility team is always there to help them. So in the end, they have made most of the work themselves. So instead of me coming in and doing all the work and charging 10,000 euros for each website, the system owners has done maybe 50% of the work, and the in-house expert team has done 40 or 45%, and I get to do this interesting stuff. The very hard decisions, the very difficult solutions, those are the ones that I get involved to help them with. So instead of measuring contrast on 70 websites where everyone is failed, I get to talk about accessibility in maps or one-page applications and so on. So I can work with the more challenging stuff instead. So this is a win-win-win situation, really. It's a win situation for the system owners because they learn a lot of things. It's a win situation for the organization because they don't have to pay me a lot of money. And it's a win situation for me because I don't get bored of measuring contrasts on 70 different websites. a few people, when we work in this way in organizations, only a few people manage to do everything, but everyone managed to do something. And what happens is that we get a lot of people that know a little bit about accessibility, that have started to think about accessibility. And it's really interesting to see these people, to meet them, because some of them gets really, really interested in accessibility. They become the accessibility advocates around the organization. They are the ones that question, is this accessible? Is this accessible? Not only when it comes to their own systems, but when it comes to the coffee machine, when it comes to the entrance to the building, when it comes to other people's websites and solutions. And these are the people we need, because these are the people that makes accessibility be a top of the mind inside the organization. These are the people that works for us to make the organization want to work with accessibility. And then we have some of the system owners that just learn a few new things. They start working a little bit with accessibility. They have the tools to do some measurements when they buy a new system. They don't get to be expert, but they know who to ask within the organization to get help. And this is right now because we have the Web Accessibility Directive. In 2022, we will also have the European Accessibility Act enforced. This act puts the same requirements that we have on public sector today, but on private sector. So banks and the e-commerce, for example, are involved in the European Accessibility Act and will have the same legislation that the public sector have today. So if you have an e-commerce site, you need to start working at accessibility today. So right now we have the Web Accessibility Directive. This makes it possible to us to come and talk to the top management, to get some attention, to get starting with this work. And in 2 years we will do the same thing with e-commerce and banks. I hope. So I don't want to, that was the main point of my presentation really. But of course there is a lot of things that we haven't talked about. I mean, the whole journey from what to accessibility experts that Anna talked about. This is of course a part of this. We just put accessibility advocates out there because that's what we need to get people interested and get people on enough places in the organization to work with it. But then there is a lot of other things to talk about. If you, for example, are working in a public sector, you need to address procurement, because that's a key factor in succeeding in public sector. There are legislation in Europe that enforces you to use accessibility requirements when you procure ICT. Of course, it's not enough to have the guidelines. It's not enough to have the requirements. You have to check that you get what you've ordered as well. In Sweden, this is a big problem. Everyone writes when they procure ICT that, oh, it should be accessible or it should follow the WCAG. And the supplier's sales team says, oh yeah, no problem, dude. We make that happen anytime. And then the developers don't do it anyway because no one checks if they have done it accessible. So even if you don't have the time or resources to actually check that the suppliers give you an accessible solution, you should always threaten that you will do it. Sometimes that's enough to really get the suppliers to work with accessibility. And the last thing with procurement is that you also need really good texts, really good contracts with the suppliers that puts the economical burden on the supplier. I've seen several incidents where agencies have procured a new website. It should be follow WCAG. They ask us on the final day to make an evaluation. We see that they don't follow the WCAG, and the supplier just say, oh yeah, but you should have said that we were doing something wrong earlier. Now it's too late, or we can do it better, but you have to pay us 10,000, 100,000 euros. So you need really good contracts as well. We can talk about procurement for a whole day, I think. It's really interesting, but only if you work with public sector. The next issue I just want to raise, in my view at least, if we want to succeed with accessibility for real within the organizations, we need to make this a quality assurance thing. Accessibility and user experience, why isn't that a quality aspect in every organization? I don't get it. A lot of other things are seen as quality aspects and are on the top management level in the organizations. There are standards for how we work with quality assurance within the organization, but accessibility is just a subject that's not a part of the quality work of some ridiculous reason. So there are models for how you work with analyzing, prioritizing, planning, and improving how you continuously work with accessibility. One key factor that we've seen in our work with large corporations is that you need to define key performance indicators for accessibility. This is the next really interesting subject that I really would like to talk to you about for a day or two. Because key performance indicators is a way to make this fun as well. To show the organization we are working with accessibility. I don't have a final example of how this could be done, what key performance indicators for accessibility would be most useful to have. In one of the larger organizations we work with, they use number of issues solved as a KPI. It doesn't say anything about how accessible the website is, but it shows a progress, and progress is good. Management love progress. That the website becomes more inaccessible because the developers are stupid, they don't care. But they solve a whole lot of issues. I just did a quick and dirty example. As I said, some of the organizations we work with, they have more than 70 websites. You could, for example, show how many websites you have and how many % of the web content accessibility guidelines that these websites in general meet. You can also use number of complaints from customers that are accessibility related as a KPI, if you just can define it enough. So these are examples of how you could work with key performance indicators. Now, so what I've tried to at least give you our experience of is how to do this in large organizations. And everything starts and ends with the management. If we don't have the power from the highest authority within the organization, we have a very difficult life. You can do it with the management level just beneath the top management, because then it's perhaps only 5 or 10 different groups you have to convince. But if you go to the next level of management, it might be hundreds of different groups of individuals that you have to convince individually. So the higher up you can get, the easier your work will be. You need a clear mandate. You need to create an expert team in-house. You can't expect everyone to become experts of accessibility. They won't become experts on accessibility in my lifetime in the large corporations. But you need to have the expertise in-house, and you need to document it, and you need to create a buzz about it. You need to distribute responsibility. You need to raise awareness within the organization. You need to target the procurement process if you're working in a public sector. You need to make accessibility a part of the quality assurance process in the organization. And I see a lot of help in if you can make this to be some sort of gamification. We can focus on the key performance indicators. If we can get them up on the intranet, if we can get people to see it every day, then we can help in this to create this culture of accessibility within the organization. And of course we know it, but we need to make the organization know it, that we're never done with accessibility. There is always something that we can do better. We're learning a whole lot of accessibility, what's important for accessibility every day. Even I, after 15 or 16 years working with accessibility, I always learn something new when I meet a new user. So the whole core of this is to start doing things together. I said earlier that I'm an idiot, or at least that there are some research indicating that I'm an idiot. And that's true. There are research indicating that if you let people that don't know anything about accessibility try to do an accessibility audit, they will fail. Of course they will. But we have to do it together with them. We have to make them do a lot of the work, and we have to give them the help that we can give them to make it as good as possible. In my world, it's not really the most important thing isn't that they have got every accessibility issue within that report. In my world, the most important thing is that they have started to understand what this is all about and started to ask the questions, is this accessible? Because then we can work with. Even if I do an accessibility evaluation of an interface, users will complain to the organization saying that, oh, this isn't accessible for me. Because we know that WCAG isn't the final frontier for accessibility. We need to know that WCAG is a good tool to make everything accessible. And we know that users have a lot of different problems that sometimes is the organization's responsibility, sometimes is the user that don't know their assistive technology, and sometimes it's the assistive technology that don't meet the standards good enough. But by doing things together, we can start moving this great iceberg towards the more sunny parts of the world, the accessible world. That wasn't really good. And also one more thing, it's good to cooperate. If you have an interface or an e-service that built on a solution that from a third party, there is a lot of other organizations that have the same e-service. Talk together, procure together, try to move the suppliers together, learn together. I mean, accessibility, it's not a game, it's not a contest, it's a joint force that we are working to make the world a better place to be. So that was everything I had prepared. I hope you got some tools or some interests, at least some ideas on how you can make this happen in the organizations you work with. Thank you. Do we have some questions?
Andreas, you're up for questions, right?
Yeah.
So do you have questions? No questions.
Great. I was.
Oh,
sorry.
That was too early. Sorry, Stefan.
Just one question. So thank you for your talk. It was great. You talked that we need to teach the management, but the problem is to get the management.
Yeah.
Have you any tricks how to address the management so that they come to a session 50 minutes? Do you catch them in the elevator, stop the elevator and say, listen to me?
Yeah, it's difficult, but what we try to do, I mean, the persons that we have contact with in the organization, they have a boss, or they know someone a little further up that knows someone a little bit further up. We use this, and then we use some good argument, like look on the Scandinavian Airlines and what happened to them in Norway. They were very close to having to pay 15,000 euros per day because of inaccessibility, and they had to spend 1 million or something Norwegian crowns on improving their accessibility on their website to not have to pay the fine. And so if you have one or two good arguments, then you nestle your way up through the management as high as you can get and try to get a spot in the spotlight. That's the way we have tried to do it, at least. But thank you.
Hi. First off, I wanted to thank you for the presentation. That was really interesting. So I'm coming more from like the startup side.
Yeah.
I'm starting my own business, and accessibility is something that's really important for me. But given the fact that like as a startup, I have very limited resources, what do you suggest to maneuver around that? Obviously, I don't have a team with like, there's some advantages to it, but obviously I don't have a team with like 100 people to do things. So how do we get around that?
I think it's really it's a little bit simpler then, because then you have to start inviting people with different types of abilities to the organization to test with you, to sit down and show you how your solutions work for them. That's the best thing I know of getting people engaged in the accessibility. And then you start investigating how to do this better. You start to create a wiki with solutions. You start to share tools and interest, and you start going on this type of events. And suddenly your whole team are accessibility experts. So, but start by meeting the users.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Bram, just a second.
So you were talking about fines,
yeah.
And especially when you gave the example as a good argument, you also talked about the fine in Norway.
Yeah.
Do you know if there are many countries that have a fine implemented as part of the Web Accessibility Directive? Because we don't in the Netherlands, and I think it's sad because money is a good motivator. So I miss the fine. I would like that we had one, but we don't. So if it would be nice if are there any good examples of countries that have such a fine, and how could you persuade politicians to implement that? Because now we have a implementation without the fine, and I would like to change that, but because I don't like there is some pressure, but when it comes to the deadline, and we really have to go live tomorrow, it's let's put it on the backlog and let's use it later. So there's some pressure, especially because now it's a law, but even then it's not as forceful as it should be, I guess.
I mean, the only thing I like with fines is really that it's very easy to communicate to management. It's easy to say you have to pay a lot of money if you don't do it. Of course, there is a lot of economical benefits of working with accessibility, and I mean, I've been working with a quite large company for, I think it's about 10 years now, and I remember I sat in their development team during development of a new e-commerce site, and they started to say, okay, we don't have time to fix this, so just backlog the accessibility issues when you find them. And after 1 year, I really slammed a report in the table that was a centimeter thick with over 100 individual issues, and said, this is going to be very, very expensive for you someday. And they are still working with that list of issues today, and they have spent hundreds of thousands of euros on doing so. So, of course, there is different economical benefits of doing accessibility right from the beginning. But I don't know a whole lot of countries that have fines. I know about Norway, I know about the US, of course. Everyone knows about the US. I think we are getting it in Sweden as well. They don't want to use it, but I think that's a last resort. And in the for the Web Accessibility Directive, I would imagine most European countries will have this somewhere in the legislation, but I don't know the details on how they will work in different countries, unfortunately.
I can say for sure that we don't have it in the Netherlands, and I think Belgium doesn't have it as well. So it could be that there are not that many countries that have it, and I think it would be good to have a fine in the future, because it really helps.
But then of course it depends also what kind of organization it is. If it's public sector, then often it helps just state that this is the right thing to do, we need to do this. Or in Sweden, for example, they calculated what it costs to have an individual that's not working, that's not part of the normal social life, a person with an impairment or disability that can't get to work, for example. It costs society about 50,000 euros each year. And when we talk to municipalities and agencies about this, they understand that this is for the common economy of the country, this is an important factor. And sometimes that's enough. For private companies, of course, 20% of the population has some kind of problems, disabilities or impairments, and that's a figure that's quite hefty. So depending on the organization, you have to gather that kind of data, but you have to do it before you approach top management. So you have a clear case with very, very dangerous figures.
That always helps. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I wanted to answer also to the question if there are other countries. So the EU directive itself doesn't provide anything for a penalty, and I think Norway already had it before the directive.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was their own way of dealing with it, and very successful, right? In the US anyway, right? So I think it would be great to have this kind of penalty, because even though public agencies are easily convinced with, it's the right thing to do, we work for the public sector, so even there we get sometimes the question, so what happens if we don't do it?
Yeah.
Do we have to pay something? How much is it? So, and then we can only say, no, right now there's no penalty, right?
Yeah.
So it would be nice to have it as a last resort to convince people.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Do we have more questions? Okay. So thanks a lot, Andreas.
Thank
This
you.
was awesome. So this was the last presentation of today, but we're not finished yet. We're going to meet in a quarter of an hour at 4 o'clock here. I would ask you to also invite all the others to come back to this room for this final session, and we're going to have a little discussion round here, just to reflect on the day. What were your learnings? How do you like it? How did you like the day and stuff? So please be back at 4 o'clock in this room. Thank you.
volveré. El tiempo lo dirá. No dudes de mí. Es complicado de entender si tú no estás ahí. No puede amanecer. Sé que algún día volveré. El tiempo lo dirá. No dudes de mí. Es complicado de entender si tú no estás ahí. No puede amanecer.
Hard to have like a straight conversation, you know, like on a specific topic. Yeah, so without it sort of involving. basically doing the platform helping health researchers.
We're going to finish. Please come to the big atrium for the last session. We're going to start.
Did you found like a fourth person or?
Not yet. We're going to ask.
Are we going to ask?
Yeah.
No, because the question was about to bring people like.
No.
Would you like to?
Would you like to come with me on stage and because you were running the session, and just invite someone?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Time for the final session. We're going to wait a few seconds for the people to come into the room. And in the meantime, I will explain what we're up for right now. Last year, after the conference, quite a lot of people came to me and they said, Yoshi, this was a wonderful event, but actually we would kind of love to be more in conversation with each other. And also we kind of missed the possibility to reflect on the day and like see what we learned during the day and tell others what we are going to do in the future. So we thought it would be nice to have a joint session at the end of the event and let you, basically the audience, talk about what you learned today and what you thought was interesting. So we thought about making a sort of discussion, panel discussion, but it would be kind of tricky to have 4 people sitting on stage talking about some topic for 45 minutes. This could be really boring. Also, the tricky part is also to pick these 4 people who should be sitting there and who should be talking. Actually, we wanted to have you to sit on stage. So we thought of something different, a little bit different. I was told it's called fishbowl discussion. Of course, we can't have a circular setup today, so we're sitting here on stage. But the thing is this, we've got 4 chairs, so 4 people will be on stage all the time. But each of the chairs will be swapped out against another person after 5 minutes. You're seeing 3 persons on stage already. There is a free chair, and we thought we would like to start with the 4th chair should be seated with a person who was attending the early 101 session in the morning, which Nuria conducted. So, Nuria, would you invite someone?
Yeah, so as you recall at the morning, there was this basic concepts about accessibility on 101. And I think that would be great if someone jumps in the stage, even though does not have like an expert knowledge or really a deep knowledge about accessibility. I think that it's great to have different points of views as well and opening the conversation to newcomers and as well as like people who's been in the field for a while. So people who attended the 101, is there anyone who would like to join the stage? Whoa, the phone?
Apparently my phone wanted to join the stage.
It feels a bit intimidating. All right, there you go. Awesome. There you go. Thank you so much.
Please have a seat, Dario. Okay, and again, this is for you. If any one of you thinks that he would like to take part in this discussion, please come to the stage while they're talking. And every 5 minutes, we're going to swap out 1 seat, one by one. By the way, you know this guy probably. This is Carl Groves. Carl is like the universal cheerleader in the beginning. He tries to set the others on fire, but he will also be the first one to leave the stage again after 10 minutes, and we need someone to replace him. So please come to the front, come to the stage, line up here, and after 5 minutes, we will swap you out, one after the other.
If I do bad, will they come up quicker?
That's true.
Take me out.
If you're doing really bad, no one will come and want to replace you. So, and you have to sit there for the whole time. Okay, I'm giving this to Dario, and now the stage is yours.
Thanks. All right, yeah, so Yoshi's, no pressure on me or anything like that. He's like, you got to be the one to set everybody on fire. I talk about accessibility all day. Like, is that really exciting? What else can we talk about? So if any of the presenters were like, they saw me on my phone the whole time, they were like, Carl Groves came to my talk, and all I did was text somebody. No, I was taking notes. So I put all my notes on my phone, and so I took a couple of notes on some of the talks. Did you guys, anybody take any notes? Anything particularly stand out?
You people.
Yeah. Okay, so there were a couple of really great talks that I saw today. A couple of takeaways that I had. I loved Franziska's talk on inclusive meetups, mostly because for me that's not really I haven't put on any events, so it's something that I don't know a whole lot about. And I thought that was really great to see that talk. And another thing that I sort of latched onto from that is because I own my own company and I employ people, this idea of like a user manual for the people. I thought that'd be great as an employer to have a user manual for me to understand a lot more about the people that work with me and for me.
Yeah, that's one of the big difficulties. Like when we're building a team, like having just like an introduction on what is also existing as knowledge, but also expertise. And most of us are expertise by usage. And that's also something that we need to value a lot. And when we're hearing in a lot of the other talks, like, for example, this afternoon, all the talks about how to push accessibility in a company, how to find like people that can value that and they can push that. One of the things was learning and doing. And this learning and doing is, online courses, of course, like DQ is doing amazing stuff, but also like all the expertise that we have in-house, but that most of the time people don't know about. So this is one of the big things that can come from this kind of user guides, like in the company, like if you want to learn about how people are using a screen readers, like we have an expert user of that because user by daily necessity. So yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, for me, maybe one of the things I've been thinking about is the borderline between saying what you are, what you need, and between having your own privacy and so on. So what is the borderline? Because some people, like now I learn to say as much as I can to people so they can relate to me, they know how they can behave. But on the other hand, also reading some of the presentation or on the notes, some people don't want to expose themselves so much. But, you know, as a visually impaired, which is not a massive white cane user, it's my fault if I don't use the white cane, so people don't know that I'm stumbling upon them because I don't see them. But I've been wondering what are eventually the other signs or identifiers for other disabilities which do not have such a recognized tool, which I can just take the cane, everybody know I'm blind or visually impaired.
Right.
But what about a disability which does not have any tool? I was impressed by the session from Franziska this morning. And in that case, what do you do? If you don't want to be hacked, you don't want to, somebody has to be careful about shaking your hand and so on. Either you have a user manual or maybe we should invent name tags or color or whatever to just identify ourselves. I don't know. That's a pretty interesting topic.
Yeah.
And eventually, if you are in a company, the manual is definitely useful.
Yeah.
But what on the street? What an event like this? You know. So that was my.
When people see me, it's always easy. I work with a guide dog, so it's very obvious that I'm blind. But if I'm working somewhere, it's like, oh, where's the dog? He said, why is the dog here? He belongs to the blind. Oh, I didn't see the blind guy. I only saw the dog. So people are just overlooking me constantly. So don't take a dog. Just stay with a white cane. That's more obvious, and people notice you and not your dog. Just a bit of advice.
Right.
But that being said, I think it's really important. That's also a point that came up this afternoon in one of the sessions, that primary was not about this subject, but it came up anyway. And we were saying, it's important to get people with all kinds of disabilities and specific user manuals in your workplace, because it creates so much awareness. I was giving an example that I had to get coffee at one of our customers, and they just replaced their coffee machines with touchscreen machines. So I'm totally blind. I can't use that. So I called a video service to help me out with that, and it took me 8 minutes to get one cup of coffee. There was a big queue behind me, and everyone's like, "What's he doing? He's getting coffee from the coffee machine using a video service. Why is he doing that? Because he's totally blind and he cannot use it." Oh, that's stupid. Those machines are brand new. How could we have bought this? What's happening? So that's really good for the awareness.
But on this topic, like user guide is like one way to do that. But like also it's accepting the fact that people can be vulnerable in the office. And that's the idea that we should maybe also like consider more like creating an environment where in companies people can also talk about like their specific experiences. Like I had to onboard like just 10 days ago one new person in my team, and that was one of the really like weird experience for this person, because when she joined the team, after 1 week we had our first one-on-one, and she was like, I don't know how to deal with this, but like in the team that you're working on, I have the feeling that after 1 week, I have the medical record of the whole company. And because like we were just like blend on topics, like I was like, I'm like, you will have to deal with me every day, so like I will share you a secret, but that's not so much of a secret. Like I'm autistic, so sometimes, you know, like it's not that I doesn't care about what you're saying, it's just like I'm focused on something and you may need to find another way to bring me outside of what I'm currently doing, my focus zone, or this kind of environment. And another colleagues came to her on the first day and being like, okay, so like you seem maybe a bit stressed, like it's the first day, but we just wanted to say like I'm suffering from depression, and this is also having a lot of impact at work, because like my attention span can also be limited from suffering from depression. It's also a kind of impairment, and a user guide it's a nice way to do that, but it's still pushing people to disclose an information without knowing the person it will be disclosed to, and the context it will be disclosed to,
and whether they're going to be accepting of it and how they're going to receive it.
Yeah. And there is no question that can be directly like asked by people. So for me, like it's a really great first step, but one of the things that we need in all our job, and this is a responsibility of everybody, it's creating this environment where people can just like feel comfortable sharing this kind of information.
Yeah. So and another couple things that I really liked about this particular event too was the sort of mix between like technical topics and also strategic topics. Andreas's talk was really great about strategic stuff. Sergei's talk, if anybody was here on the drag and drop, you know, I personally entered into that talk going, yeah, drag and drop, whatever. And I really thought, and what I was really taken aback by, you know, the part where it was the sorting, the slider and the sorting and all that sort of stuff. I already had enough experience to know how to do all those sorts of things. But then the Trello board part that Sergei did was great, because it was like, yeah, we're not going to even try to make that do the thing that's the typical drag and drop. We have this other idea, and the simplicity about that other idea that was presented, I thought, shit, why didn't I think of that myself? Because it was so great. It was just like, no, we're just going to use this context menu. We're going to shift it over. I thought that was beautiful, the creativity. And I think the creativity is the big thing that I think a lot of people lack when they say, oh, accessibility is so hard. Because, yeah, I know there's a lot that you need to know about accessibility, but a lot of it is also just a creativity challenge. Like thinking through, okay, is there another way that I can do this that's going to do the same or similar thing, accomplish the same user task? And I thought that was great.
But that's what makes it actually fun to do, I think. You know, you have to know a lot about a very broad set of topics to be useful as an accessibility expert. And you have to be creative sometimes, and you have to work in the constraints of developers, the constraints of systems, the constraints of frameworks that they use. And you have to, you know, be creative, otherwise you would never get any solution.
I would like to add something on this topic, saying that accessibility is also working in a way that you did not think of, because as an NGO founder, I know a lot of blind people in Italy, especially, which are doing as a job, I don't know how you say it in English, but they basically answer the phone all day long, and I know, I would say 70 to stay low % of the people I know, blind people or visually hard, very profound visually impaired people, they answer the phone. This is a job which is first going to go to disappear because you don't need that person anymore, and it's very frustrating to be honest, to answer the phone and say, okay, I give you this person, okay, all day long. Why? Because the softwares which are used into companies are not accessible. So on one hand, if you make accessible a software, you also will allow people to have a better life and to apply for a more satisfying job, just because it's not that the blind people are stupid, it's just that they do not have the possibility to access those softwares. And if you work in a company where they have their own in-house software, this is very unlikely that it's going to be accessible, because eventually if they use web-based softwares, then they can be accessible thanks to Chrome plugins and stuff like that. But if they are native application, then they will not be accessible, and they will never make it accessible just to employ one guy in the entire company, unless this company is Google or Microsoft. So that's the other way it works. That's what made me think about the Trello thing. I know no blind user will not be able to use, would even need to use Trello because of the job they do. So now, if you are making that accessible from the beginning, then eventually people will say, okay, now I can do that actually as a job. I can be task manager for that company because I can use Trello. So that's how important accessibility is also.
Continuing this topic, one of the things that I keep on thinking is that I hear a lot of, we need user testing, we need to incorporate the opinion. But I really miss the possibility of actually incorporating in the team people with different perspectives. And I think that would change a lot the way we explore, we experiment, and we generate a language that it is meant to integrate other perceptions. Because I think there's a lot of the problems we go through is within the coding language itself. And I personally know just one programming language that is thought from the beginning to be for blind people, for blind programmers. And I'm really happy with the convention. I think I learned a lot. But I do still miss that incorporation within the development itself. I don't know what you think about it.
Yeah, I have been a blind programmer before I started doing accessibility work. So there are blind programmers, but there are not many of them. And I think that also goes for other disabilities. Like I know one guy who has been programming using speech recognition, and he had to hack together his own system to make it work because there's no out-of-the-box solution for that. And I think that's a big barrier for people. For example, to be a blind programmer, you also have to know your screen reader very well. You usually have to cope with some inaccessible software. Again, being it your programming environment, being it your bug tracker, being it your whatever kind of stuff you need. And especially these days, there are so many systems involved, and the chance that they are all accessible is practically zero. So also when people from bottom up, that's the whole thing of, for example, Slack. Slack tries to really allow everyone in the company to create their own team just in an ad hoc basis. And that's great, the flexibility is great, and you can just start with one person and invite people, and before you know it, half your company is on Slack. But when Slack has accessibility issues, you're excluding people, even if you might not know it. So I think that those modern tools that are so flexible that you just can start implementing them right now in companies, in workplaces, but are not, say, regulated in any way, I think that's bad overall, because it gives you much flexibility to work as you would like to, with your team, how you like to work. But as soon as you get someone with a disability on your team, all those technical choices may backfire, and that might prevent someone from joining your team. So I think everyone who decides to, let's use this new and shiny thing on our workplace, should consider this. Will I probably miss out on any future cool teammates that I'm excluding without knowing it? And I think therefore it's pretty good that the diversity in the workplace has been an issue today in many talks, and I think that's a good start.
But like all of that, for me, that's also linked to the fact that it's part of the discussion that we had today on sometimes also thinking about how to design more for accessibility, but how to reinvent a lot of different protocol. And for Slack, for me, that's one of the things. We're in a lot of companies where every time we're trying to reinvent something. We're in front of a problem and we're okay, let's do something shiny. Let's think about this in a slightly different way. for Slack, I mean, like at one point they decided to completely disconnect themselves from the IRC protocol. And that's the day they killed the accessibility of it, because even before, you would be able to just use other tools
Yeah,
being able
well,
to communicate with
yeah,
it.
but I can use it now, but there are issues. And the problem is if they introduce an issue tomorrow that would break the chat for me, I'm completely stuck. I have no alternative, really. Or yeah, get my whole company from Slack, that's the alternative. But still then, I have customers that share 1 or 2 Slack channels with me, and I can't get out of that. So it really locks you in a way, and that's pretty dangerous, I think. Recently, I think it was Marco Zeye from Mozilla. Mozilla was researching alternatives for their chat system. They were using RSC, some people were using Slack. And one of the requirements was accessibility. And Marco is their accessibility lead, and he was tweeting something like, what can you do wrong when you want to build a list of messages and a text input? What can go wrong? Well, everything can go wrong. I've seen so many ways that people mess it up. By researching these chat systems, I don't know how they even think of this. So I think, yeah, why? How can we mess something simple as chat? How can we mess it up? I think that's a failure of tooling. That's a failure of the ecosystem.
But also a failure of people in a way, like when we're not following standards. Like I mean,
yeah.
we invented like we agreed on a lot of standards, like in the accessibility field with the WCAG, but also just with all the languages that we're using all day long. And every time we're building new tools, every time we're building new products, we're finding new ways to just like break free from the standard, like creating new interfaces that are absolutely shiny, but not adaptable to any ecosystem. And that's maybe also where we, as an accessibility advocate, we could also, like, or maybe we should be also standard advocates.
Yeah, I think that goes hand in hand, and I think that really works. And yeah, I would like people to be considerate of using standards and stuff, but often when you say that, standards are boring, and why should we do that? But there are really practical, advantages of that. Yeah.
I think what I also understood from today. In my early journey about accessibility is that there's a balance to find between the pattern that exists and the one that is still to be found or improved. This talk that Sarah Brodwall take, and she said like the more ARIA, the more problem, I think this sentence especially for me was very insightful, to understand that sometimes in my work as a UX designer, I see that there might be an issue with UX, and I just Google online what is the solution, and I see like some article or 2 or 3, maybe I combine if I have time, and then I just implement this solution because I'm like, okay, this is the Vox Populis about this issue from my community, so this is the solution, and this is also like what I understood from this other discussion with Vasilis was that there is also a way of working that has to be questioned, and that it's not only about building flows, but thinking for multiple panel of users.
Yeah, I think that's another point that came back a few times today, that involving users in user testing is pretty good, but that being said, there are still so many companies that don't do any user testing at all. So going from no user testing to testing with users with all kinds of disabilities is a big step. And I think if you don't know how to user test, testing with disabilities can be a bit pitfall, because if 1 or 2 people say, I don't like this, and you just fix it for them, you might break it for someone else. So that's a good user testing is a very good thing, but you have to be careful with it.
User test is also a very expensive methodology that requires a lot of experience, and even more if you are doing user testing with people with disability, because you have to be very aware. Yeah, I think it's a very hard. So basically, how do you learn to make first user testing and then also user testing for people with disabilities? It also requires specific education, I think.
And also maybe time. We do. Then would be a fight for the whole system, but it's like we're always being pressured for the time, and it's like this craziness. They're like, oh, the time, and not being able to actually respect the time that the things has to born, and allowing. I also took many ideas from Vasilis talk, like how do we actually combine engineering and design and sum up the things instead of this absolutely specialized. Where I talk with many friends that look in company and never get the whole picture, for example. So how do we deal with the teams in a workflow that can understand the concept and think together instead of fragmenting and giving you one part, and then the user testing is just like no metric and yeah.
Yeah, I think in general, taking the time to plan and act on a feature and really thinking it through and putting it through the paces, and do we really need that? And is this something that can work for everyone? And if it doesn't work for everyone, what can we do to mitigate that? That's a big thing. And then user testing comes always at the end. So what a lot of companies do, they do user testing, but they actually don't do the steps before. So the feedback they get from the user testing is actually not that valuable, because people just, especially with disabilities, they say, I just can't use it. And you go like, oh, that's helpful, thank you very much. You know, you can't really act on that. You know, it would be great if you could. But yeah, if you don't design it in an accessible way, you have not really a good way to test it with disability for people with disabilities.
Something I also take from this day was really this complicated topic of whose responsibility is that to. I mean, I sense that here there is a lot of people involved in programming, and that there is like this kind of demand that this concern are also taken into account from the design community. And to me, it's a growing concern that I try to implement on my daily work for clients and in my company. But I believe also that there are some fields that are still to investigate. And the example I had, for instance, is this alt attribute in images. Who is responsible for writing this alt attribute? Is it the developers? Is it the designers? Is it the UX writer, if you have the luxury to have one? And in the context of creating websites that then the client has to handle himself, which is the responsibility to the client himself. To write those alt descriptions. So how do you accompany this?
That's a good point. You know, I think if a designer is involved in the thing where the image is displayed, for example, it's your website design and your logo is in it or something like that, I think the invisible text labels for icons and invisible alt text and such have to be designed as well. It's part of your design. And I think that has also been said a few times today. And I think that part of design is really important. You don't just design how it should look like, but you design for function. You think about what am I building, where is this for? So the invisible texts are just part of your design. But yeah, later on in the process, if you have people who add content, even then the decision of course there should be an alternative text for every picture, but that could be different depending on the context. And there could be some contexts where you don't want the text because it's a decorative image, and that decision is in a design, in a template. So I think the responsibility of that is everywhere, but there has to be someone who thinks about it and make sure that everyone who is involved get the question, have you thought about this alternative text? Have you thought about this color contrast? Have you thought about the structure of the page, the headings there are? So I think it's a really distributed responsibility, but someone has to be the person that has to decide and has to make sure that it gets, thought about everywhere.
Yeah, and I think that's the main challenge with accessibility, because we have so many points where like content and design goes from one person to the other person, and where it needs to be implemented and changed, and it's just there are a lot of points where the design can break in terms of accessibility, can also break in terms of other things. We all saw those like really nice layouts that print designers did, and then they were implemented on the web where we didn't have gradients or rounded corners back in the days, and just was really weird, and so it broke because we had those breaking points in between. And I think having someone who can like bridge those points, making sure that a design and the development process is really enforced through all of the stages, that's really important. And I think we also have to think about making the technology behind accessibility more resilient to those errors. Giving the browser more power to like change contrasts, for example, to make sure that there's always contrasting colors. Why does anyone in that chain of things have the right to break that? Nobody should have that right, Or there should be always like a good way to assign labels to form fields. And it's just we have so many specific things that you have to look at that it's really, really hard to ship an accessible product, and we have to acknowledge that. It's always easy as an accessibility person to say you did something wrong or your developer did something wrong, but it is just a very fragile process in the end. And I think being aware of that can really help to have that awareness and to have a better product in the end.
I really adore the thought, and I always, when I think about accessibility from theoretical point of view, I like to think about the chain, and the breaking point is the excellent example of that. Like when you have this break, and I will sum a little bit of Anna and Sarah's talk from today, that they were talking to really interesting things. Like one is that the awareness has to be in everyone. One, because it's a way to help the fragility, but the other is that understanding that responsibility is as much as mine as the final product. Like if my user won't keep on pressuring me on having the good a good product, I won't do it. And if like where the money comes from doesn't allow me, something will break. But as the point when everyone, it's part of this responsibility is amazing. But it does and that's maybe one of the questions that it gets up, how do we, some efforts to do exactly what you said, so the browser helps with that and all the parts of the process and the programs can help not being that fragile anymore.
So we've been talking a lot about the challenges behind accessibility. However, I would like to point out the benefits of designing accessible interfaces. I think it's something that's really important because as somebody that has struggled with ableism, my mom's, when I was in my mom's belly, her umbilical cord was cut. And I didn't eat for the whole last month of the pregnancy. I didn't get any nourishment. I came out very malnourished, and I had a lot of issues. I could hardly hear for the first 10 months of, not 10 months, 10 years of my life. And yeah, and I think that now I'm a lot better. I've gotten a lot of different types of medical treatments. However, the internet has really helped me connect with other people and develop a lot of projects that I wouldn't have otherwise been able to create. And I think that's really important to note is that, while accessibility is really difficult and it's really a challenge, the people who who were benefiting are getting a lot out of it, more so than people who already have a million tools at their disposal. And I think that's something that we need to bear in mind as motivation yeah.
I totally agree, and we, as accessibility people, we're often looking on what's broken, but we also have to acknowledge that the internet and the wealth of knowledge that is available to a lot of people that has never been here before. So, and it always depends on the specific disability, if that particular content is open for you. But there are a lot of people benefiting from the whole thing, and pushing that door more widely open, that's our goal, for everyone, for people with disabilities, for people from countries where there's not enough internet, working on performance. Those are all issues that we have to look at, and incredible benefits are awaiting for us there.
I just joined the stage because I came here without much knowledge about accessibility, and having heard many people talk about the issue of accessibility. Some talked about how they can get large companies to kind of adopt this, and challenges in doing that, convincing managers to actually support that. I came to realize that one of the issues is about awareness. So many people are not aware about what accessibility actually is. So we always think about a very small set of people, and sometimes we forget that we are also affected. I remember when I had an accident, I was operated. I was at this point in time completely not able to do anything. So I think one of the last sessions I attended, someone mentioned that we typically do things for ourselves first. And so the reason why we have this kind of challenges is because we always think about ourselves. But if we would change our mindset to start thinking about what would happen if tomorrow I could not use this thing the way I'm used to using it. So I think we have the challenge of some kind of awareness campaign, some kind of access, PR stuff, I would say, so that we start changing mindsets. And one of the things I want to mention is I worked in a big corporation, and the tradition is always they don't do things until they realize there's a trend towards something, and they realize, oh, I may be left behind. So if we can reach that point where these large corporations start realizing that they are left behind, then we wouldn't have that challenge of convincing them to do things the right way. Just wanted to mention that.
Well, I'm saying something if no one else wants to. No, I think it's a really important point, especially like creating awareness, because what we have in a lot of companies and a lot of organizations is we don't even have like a structure of employment that employs people with disabilities. So you don't have any real connection to people with disabilities, and people with disabilities, and I say people with disabilities because I'm just so used to it. A lot of people want to say disabled people. I don't really care, whatever floats your boat. But the important thing is that disabled people can best speak for themselves. And we must give them the way and the pathways to do that, especially if we are in big companies. If we have like hiring position, we need to make sure that we have a diverse team. Because when you have a diverse team, you will automatically look at different things differently. And I think that's really, really important that we keep that in mind. And I think that's the only like shortcut to accessibility, is just to be surrounded by disabled people, people with disabilities, and just always be on the watch and be aware of what is happening.
On that topic of raising awareness and the way to do this, I'm also kind of reflecting right now, because I've been trying around several tools also in the empathy lab today, and I'm kind of having a critical point of view on this extension that you use to test, that it's actually not something you're wearing on yourself, and that because of that you can escape the screen very quickly, and then escape this artifact that simulates this disability. I know that there is actually a Cambridge college that created a kit to have like pairs of glasses and stuff like that to simulate those disabilities. But I think also it's a very striking things combined with diverse team to create artifacts that help you also understand what it's like to be in someone else's skin.
I agree. I also, I want to point out the importance of having a work culture that is not just inclusive, but empathetic to the fact that we're all human. I think that in terms of being able to include people with disabilities into our work culture, it's, you know, for me, like telling people that, like, for example, I might forget things because I get a lot of migraines is something that's really difficult for me to open up about. I fear that, like, if I tell an employer, they're going to act like, oh, what's wrong with her? So that's something that in the past, like working in like different job settings, I've really struggled with it. And I think that in terms of helping people open up, we need to be able to have a work culture that's tolerant, and when someone is like not doing something properly when they normally would, instead of saying what's wrong with you, or like why are you not doing, like instead of being like what's wrong with you, or like coming off in an accusatory way, just taking a step back and saying, oh, hey, I noticed that you're not doing this well today. Are you okay? And then that's so much easier to start that conversation instead of like just coming at them being like, why isn't this done? And I also think in terms of working with people with disabilities, well, another positive aspect of it is that there are a lot of things about work cultures and about the internet and about everything that we're doing that we can change and that can make things better, not just for people with disabilities, but also for everybody. For example, if we have a better work culture where instead of accusing people when they don't do the job that they're supposed to do properly, we ask them if they're okay, then we're going to have a much better workplace and we're going to have much better morale. So I think that's something that's really important.
Yeah, and that's something that we talked in the first session about when we've been in the meeting room. Change the culture of a company, of an organization. I think that's really important, that accessibility is not only or not just a technical challenge. It's not only a design challenge, it's a cultural thing. We have to be aware, we have to be committed to it to make it work. And that's something where a lot of companies struggle with, because they think they can push it down the funnel, push it down to the designers, push it down to the developers, and then, you know, push it down to testers that then tell them, yeah, it's not accessible because it couldn't be. Your process didn't have the right things, the right hooks to make it accessible. And yeah, I think creating a culture, being aware of those challenges, that's really important.
Okay. Almost don't dare disturbing you, but the time is over. Thanks a lot for all the people who were on stage. I think that was a great discussion, great conclusion of the day. Thank you. Which basically means that we made it. Woohoo! Which is awesome. You can keep on stage if you want to, or you can leave, just yeah, whatever you want. We made it. That was the final session. I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. There are a few things, of course, I need to mention at the end of an event like this. Thanks so much to our sponsors for this. I need to mention this again. These all helped us tremendously to make this possible as a non-profit event. Thanks to Microsoft for the venue. Thanks to Mozilla and Sinestrada for the video recordings, the live captioning. Thanks to Mindscreen. I totally forgot to mention that Mindscreen is totally looking for people to work with them. Even if you don't be an accessibility specialist, they need you. Please get in touch with them. Thanks to Balsamic for sponsoring as well. And speaking of live captioning, thanks Andrew for working for us for the third day in a row. This is your fault. Thanks to Thomas and Hannes for taking the videos, and also you might have seen them walking around and taking interviews with a couple of people. You can expect the videos to be online. Please give me a couple of days time because I need to do the subtitling, which is quite a lot of work. They will be added to our YouTube channel. Don't forget to just search for Accessibility Club on YouTube, and you're going to find us. You can probably find them there in a couple of days, or maybe 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know really. Please be patient with me. Thank you to David, Cem, and the Microsoft crew for doing all the technical stuff during the event. I think it worked perfectly, even although we had a little glitch with the live captioning at some point, but we still worked it out. So thanks a lot to you. I think this is an applause as well. Thanks to our 5 wonderful presenters. I think they did an amazing job to give this whole event some sort of direction. Of course, thanks to all the other session leaders as well. I must admit that I almost didn't see any of them, but I thought you were quite well entertained. Is that true? Or okay, great. So thanks to all the presenters and session leaders. We've got quite a lot of people who worked in this event. This is not only the organizers, but it's quite a big team. So thanks to all of them. And actually, there's something I just thought about. We forgot to make a team photo, which actually we plan to do. So I would like to ask to come all the team people come on stage so that we can make a team photo. Just do it. Everyone who was, yeah, Marianne, this is like everyone who was involved in this event. Don't be shy. Everyone, please come on stage. Okay. And first and foremost, of course, thank you for being here, because this is what this event lives from. Thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed this event. We're not really finished, but this is an applause, definitely. So thank you. Okay, we should come to the middle of the stage. Come on. If you're interested in events like this is not the only event that's happening. And our friends from Mindscreen, they have a list of at least all the accessibility events in the German-speaking area. They have this, unfortunately, just can't read the URL, it's down there. Maybe we could just like go on our knees for a second. This wasn't planned, sorry. You can see a couple of events happening on their website, but there is one event that's not yet on their website. This is because the date for this event is just like so brand new that no one else knows it except us. And Joe, who is organizing the ARTAG in Vienna, he just mailed me this yesterday, so this is totally brand new, and you're the first people who know this date next year. So please join the ARTAG. I was there for the first time this year, and it was just amazing. I can really... Okay, so be there. Couple of last things. Oh, there's one thing I would like to ask Sophia to come on stage. She's got an event to announce that will happen next Thursday in Berlin, I think, and she wanted to tell it to you in a couple of sentences.
Hi, my name is Sofia Lewandowski. I'm transportation interior and user experience designer, working on autonomous vehicles and accessible concepts. This week in motionlab.berlin, we have an event, Accessible Mobility and User Experience. We would like you to join if you wish, because we will have amazing speakers and table topics discussing about accessible mobility. How can we improve the mobility of the future? Please join us at 5:30 p.m. this Thursday in motionlab.berlin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sophia. Sophia is also giving a workshop tomorrow. It's also about accessible mobility, and it's not too late to get a seat in her workshop. A couple of last things. If you don't need your lanyards, if you don't want to keep them, please leave them at the exit, because we'd like to reuse it. We just don't want that you take it home with you and then throw it away. Just leave everything you don't really need and don't want to keep. We will reuse what we can reuse. Also, at the exit, there will be 3 posters where I would like to ask you to give us feedback. How did you like this event? How did you like this sort of setup? What would you like to improve? You can get some sticky dots and just put a dot on the poster. This would help tremendously for the next event. And finally, don't forget our workshops tomorrow. There is one workshop, obviously, and I need to stress this again. Radimir, who won't be able to hold his workshop. If there's someone in the audience who doesn't really know which workshop to attend instead, please have a look at our schedule. It's on our website. It's on Colloq. Please just search for another workshop you would like to attend and get in touch with me. I sent out an email a couple of hours ago. Just respond, tell me. And the second important thing is that Eric's workshop switched locations because of that. And I also sent out an email to the attendees of Eric's workshop. But please let everyone else know that it's going to be at Henkelhiedl, which is one of the other locations. But the times and everything else stays the same. So that's it. Okay, I don't have a last slide. This is the last slide. One last thing. We reserved, I think it's about 20 or 30 places in the digital eatery. They close at 7 o'clock, but if you don't want to leave right now, you're invited to come over there and have a drink with us and chat a bit. Yeah, and maybe we find another place later on. Thanks a lot for being here. Hope to see you next year or at the next occasion again. Bye-bye.